The time is now 4:53 on Monday, July 22nd. Call this Special Affairs Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. El-Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mushat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? Present. You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. It is now time for the reading of the Disorderly Persons City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10. Disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. At this time, I will take any requests for agenda changes and/or additions. Seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes and/or additions, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the City Council chambers for collection of registration. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaking. During public comment with one speaking opportunity per speaker. Madam Clerk, all speaker slips must be fully filled out in order for them to be called on. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Council. My name is R.L. Mitchell. As you know, last week, as the council members was trying to negotiate with the Southwestern school teachers about, she refused to vote. Her name is Dr. Winfrey Carter, because family was involved. If family got to be involved, and my money, stimulus money is all taken up in family. My sibling, my older sister got my stimulus money, and her name is Joanne Evans, live on Rankin Street. And she worked for the Board of Education, and there's a school down there, a brand new Martin Luther King school, elementary school, and it's vacant. And that's, if it calls for people afraid to vote because think it might hurt somebody, follow the lead of whatever I'm doing and think somebody gonna hurt that woman up the Southwestern, talking about she got about 7 kids, and Ms. Winfrey Carter thought they was outside of the limit, but she said all of them from Flint, and everybody choked up. And another one, councilman over there, he didn't say that, but his uncle, they say, I didn't know the police escorted your uncle out of the building. By the way, Effie made a little boy, but he said his nephew there you go, over there, right over there, knife board. I have face like they're trying to take Dewey Street out to get all the darky taxes, and he got faith in you that you ain't gonna let that happen. You see, at Burston Field House, or they trying to make the darkies like they know how to run things. You know, he got to have a parking lot, and your uncle, he can say a whole lot, but he gonna leave it on you. You understand? And my councilman Murphy, once again, and Mr. Murphy, I gotta talk. He gonna have to break bread with these people, but they won't show up. They're supposed to show up tonight, like Irvin Young. He's doing the best he can, but Murphy, he say he swim with the sharks. We gonna see tonight when he show up, and see how he gonna do with these. I think these are really handkerchief Negroes. What my former ward woman talking about. We're gonna see who the real handkerchief Negro is, and around here, all this won't take care of business like scared to break bread. What do you think? Like another thing. Welcome back, Miss Winfrey Carter. And I know Tanya Burns, they never ran out from a fight. Look at her. Hello, Tanya. You all right? What you need tonight? Hey, listen, man, there's another thing. And I want to thank them people from Philadelphia for coming over my house. They asked me what, you coming here representing Mays, because see, I said, ring the bell, the Liberty Bell, one more time for Mays. And then he'll crack and build another one, bring in the Flint. Take that, do that for the late Mays. All of them, and take that, America.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. I just went to court today for the metal detectors, and the city has contracted Clark and Hill, and they already have a TRO in place. Mr. Cuff, since you will be the new interim or taking Attorney Kim's place, I think you should do things fair and save the city money. The mayor does not want to do depositions, so he's spending money just to stay and keep from doing depositions, like today. Well, let's go back to June 17th. They filed a motion just to come in and say the mayor won't be able to make it for the month of July. So they set up a date for August the 6th for him to do his deposition. So they allowed Clark Hill to come over there and say, hey, he can't make it August the 6th. Let's do it September the 6th. How much do this attorney get paid just to protect him from doing a deposition? They knew that they couldn't even win in the Mitchell boys' case, but they appealed it all the way up to the Supreme Court, which is waiting on the answer or the order right now. Chief Barton, the judge, ruled that they can do deposition, and they appealed that, knowing that they can't win. It's the fact that Neely does not want to sit down and do depositions because he does not know how to tell the truth. He's a liar, and he doesn't even mean to lie. Oh, yes, he does. He doesn't know how to just speak. If you say, Neely, did you eat a bowl of cereal today, which he know he ate a bowl of cereal, and it doesn't mean anything, he'll turn around and lie about that. He's a liar. City Council, y'all have the right, y'all have the authority to tell them or do a referral on how much money have they spent on outside contracts with lawyers. Get the information. Look how much money they spending on Mitchell boys, Chief Barton, and the metal detector lawsuit. Look how much they spending for nothing. Then y'all have the right, because they have not came to y'all one time and asked y'all, do y'all want to appeal any of these cases? Y'all have the right to call an executive session and say, we do not want to appeal, let's proceed with the case or either settle. Y'all have that right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Karma Lewis.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karma Lewis, resident of the city of Flint and president of Flint Neighborhood United. I was asked to share this with you guys. This is what we at Flint Neighborhood United call our rules of conduct. Be 100% present, extending and presuming welcome. Set aside the usual distractions of things undone from yesterday, things to do tomorrow. Bring all of yourself to this work. We all learn most effectively in spaces that welcome us. Welcome others to this place and this work, and presume that you too are welcome. Listen deeply. Listen intently to what is said. Listen to the feelings beneath the words. To listen another soul into life, into a condition of disclosure and discovery, may be almost the greatest service that any human being ever performs for another. Listen to yourself also. Strive to achieve a balance between listening and reflecting, speaking and acting. No fixing. This is the one I have problems with also. Each of us are here to discover our own truth, to listen to our own inner teacher, to take our own inner journey. We are not here to set someone else straight or to help right another's wrong. We're not here to fix or correct what we perceive as broken or incorrect in another member here. Suspend judgment. Set aside your judgments. By creating a space between judgments and reaction, we can listen to the other and to ourselves more fully, and thus our perspectives, decisions, and actions are more informed. Identify assumptions. Our assumptions are usually invisible to us, yet they undergird our worldview and thus our decisions and our actions. By identifying our assumptions, we can then set them aside and open our viewpoints to greater possibilities. Speak your truth. Say what's in your heart, trusting that your voice will be heard and your contributions respected. Your truth may be different from, even the opposite of, what another has said. Speaking your truth is not debating with or correcting or interpreting what another has said. Own your truth by speaking only for yourself and using I statements. Respect silence.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Melissa Zaremski.
Hello, my name is Melissa Zaremski. I live in the First Ward. I've been out collecting signatures for Liddell Lewis's recall. And, she keeps, a fake page keeps putting my kids up in their pictures. That better fucking stop. Really fucking quick. When I said my kids, that doesn't mean only my son, that meant his best friend, because he mostly stays at my house. Don't you ever put their fucking pictures up again. I'm done. I told you that Saturday. Don't use my fucking kids. Because God's going to get you, sweetheart. Friggin'. I don't understand why is it that kids keep getting brought into things when they're innocent. I mean, we have a mayor and apparently a state rep that also don't give two fucks about our kids in Flint. When we're having our kids getting shot at and homes getting shot up and nothing is being done, that's a problem. That's a huge problem in our city. I don't know what the police plan on doing. If they can't do their job, they need to hand it over to the sheriff's station or whoever. Because enough is enough. Our kids should be coming first before anything. And Liddell, you have a kid. You talked about how when Jedediah showed up at your house that your kid was scared. But you're going to dare put other people's children up on the internet. You are really fucked in the head, lady. You truly are. And you better go seek some help. And that's all I got to say. Have a blessed day. Yay.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Doug Matthews.
Hello, everyone. My name is Doug Matthews, and I'm a good government activist from the 7th Ward. As the election for the 7th Ward approaches, it's crucial to examine what each candidate truly represents. Candace Mouchette has a strong sense of fairness, a passion for justice, and a commitment to solving the water crisis. She stands up for what's right, even when it's not politically convenient, showing her integrity and her intolerance for foolishness. In stark contrast, voting for Jan Marie Arbor invites foolishness, supported by her allies, Tanya Burns and Arthur Woodson. Their recent public feud reveals their true natures. Woodson, who talked with Burns daily, now calls her a snake, sneaky, a mess, and part of a basket of snakes that includes 810 Media, Jedediah Brown, and the scandalous Lentil Law Group. Burns responded by labeling Woodson a liar, manipulative, disrespectful to women, and full of lies. Arbor has shown her true colors as part of the Burns crowd. Campaigning, she approached my good friend and neighbor of 9 years, Deborah Paul, who is black, and spread lies about me, trying to stir racial tensions. Deborah immediately called me and then forwarded a text to me where Arbor repeated her lies. Arbor conveniently avoided race basing, however, when she spoke to Suzanne Seelig, another neighbor who is white. When Suzanne learned about her duplicity, she promptly yanked Arbor's campaign sign from her front lawn. Moreover, some of these individuals claim credit for influencing Sergeant Vincent Villarreal to remove me from a council meeting, falsely alleging racist comments I never made. I filed a complaint against him. Each day, the Flint Police Department delays addressing this complaint further harms my reputation. If he didn't say what Burns and her crowd says he did, why won't he simply deny it? I can't be the only one who noted how overly chummy Burns was with Villarreal that night, and how he chose to speak with her first over Council President Dr. Liddell Lewis. Arbor is willing to race bait and lie her way into her seat. Let's keep the 7th Ward free from such disgraceful conduct and support Candace Mouchette, a leader with integrity, commitment, and the ability to make positive change. Thank you so much.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Bethany Hazard.
I've lived here a long time now, over 20 years. Since I moved here, I noticed this is the most racist town I ever moved to. I've heard the N-word here by more than one person here. I also want to say that I used to go to those master plan meetings. I live in the west side of Flint. They're master planning people like me out of here. And they told us there was no money for the mini stations for my neighborhood and other neighborhoods. And at the same time, I drove near Kettering, and they're building a brand new one so it's all a bunch of crap. So you want certain people to leave, you want a different type of people here, and that's how I feel. You run out all the people in my neighborhood that were plant workers. You want, Flint was the home of the middle class. You want that erased, that history erased here. That's how I feel. I was at a master plan meeting. A handsome older black man stood up, and they're talking about making the north end a farm. He said, I don't want to be a farmer. They made him sit down and said, now's the not time. now's not the time to talk about it at that master plan meeting. They said it was public speaking. So, I mean, nobody hardly was at the meeting that looked like in my class of people where I don't have a lot of money. It was all people from the 7th Ward and other more affluent wards at these meetings. It doesn't represent all of Flint, this master plan. And that's all I want to say.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is James Moore.
Good evening, James Moore, resident of the city of Flint. I just want to recognize some people tonight. I want to recognize Jerry Winfrey Carter out of the 5th Ward. I want to recognize Clyde, city manager. I don't know the street maintenance manager name, but I want to thank them for being able to work together. And if don't nobody else see it, at least I can, that the council people can work with the administration and the guys that's out there on the street getting it done. They fixed that bridge that had those panels down that a kid could have came by and fell into the Flint River. It didn't take millions of dollars to do it. It just took them talking to each other. I brought it up last week. I come down this week, it's fixed. They even used the same old panels back over. I'm gonna call it recycling. So I just want to say that it don't take millions of dollars to get stuff done, but it do take parties working together to get something done. And when you do, that's when you get the respect and the people will show you the love.
That's right.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is A.C. Dumas.
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I'm a resident of the 3rd Ward in the city of Flint. I want to say a couple of things in my fleeting moments, that with respect to the closing of Dewey Street, and Dewey Street is on your agenda. By closing Dewey Street, you effectively are closing down a business, Club Quorum. And people that don't do their research, that's why it's bad to talk and don't do research. I heard somebody say, well, they can park on Saginaw Street. Saginaw Street is a bike lane. You cannot, parking in front of Burston is illegal. It's a bike lane. Parking in front of Club Quorum is illegal. It's a bike lane. From, what's that, Jameson to Pasadena, it's a bike lane. It's illegal. I sent some of you photos of the Quorum Club and the statue, what the state of Michigan says, what you can't do, and you can't park in a bike lane. It's a misdemeanor. Also, the property that's the south side of the Quorum Club, that belongs to the owners of the Quorum Club. And Land Bank destroyed that property. They're destroying property. And Mr. Jarrett is here, and certainly he can speak for himself. I see the president of Burston. I had a talk with the president. He said, well, I don't know, I was just told to be here. I was just told to be here. And he obeyed, and he's here. I hope you all do not close down Dewey Street and shut a business, a black-owned business that's been there, at least 30, 40 years, down. Whatever it takes, you need to negotiate, or whoever needs to negotiate with the owners. And also, before my time ends, I told you all about the $30,000 ward money. And as I told you, it's being used for campaigning. I told you all that. And that money, you all should hold on until the new council come after the November election. And also, all the illegal signs, Madam Clerk, it's your responsibility to have those illegal signs removed. I'm putting it on the record.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Wilbert Jarrett.
My name is Wilbert Papa Jarrett. I'm Effie's baby boy. I come here to speak on this resolution that you guys did not do your homework. And I heard Quincy Murphy, the third ward. I don't even talk to Quincy. He's supposed to be in that area still until they have a new ward. But Quincy Murphy gave y'all misinformation and y'all fixing to vote. You cannot have a business, especially a liquor business, without delegated parking. You gotta have that. You can't park on the street. They won't renew your liquor license, or you can never get your liquor license. I had to have 12 parking spots, and that's where Burston, well, I ain't gonna say Burston, I'm sorry. Y'all wanna vote to shut Dewey Street down, which would landlock my parking lot, landlock me from getting to the back of the building. Now, I'm one of the greatest boosters and supporters that Burston ever had. I brought Bill Picard. I see the president of Friends of Burston here. I'd like for one of y'all council people to ask him what happened to the $1 million that Dr. Bill Picard pledged to give Burston. That's the one. I was gonna give my building to Burston, and I give my nephew in the 9th Ward, Jonathan Jarrett, and Tanya a copy of the letter where I had offered to donate that property in 2018 to Burston, the Friends of Burston. The Friends of Burston had a meeting and said, no, too much of liability. They didn't want the property. But the question is, I ain't got a problem. I ain't got a problem with the expansion of Burston, because I started years and years and years ago. For any of them people who was on the board of Burston and knew anything about Burston, I've been giving, it's in the letter what BB said I done. But the question becomes, to me, is if you landlock my business, what is you gonna do with the portion of Dewey Street that you going to shut down? Is you gonna expand the building of the buildings? You gonna put a fence where Dewey Street is, or what? Where's the plan? And in this resolution, say close it down forever and ever and ever.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. What bothers me is that Liddell have the police escort her here every week. Every week. Every time a council meeting or whatever kind of meeting. And I don't feel that that's fair, because we were out this weekend getting signatures for Liddell Lewis, and Liddell pulls up like she Johnny Go Mathis. You know, She want to hear what we're saying to the residents. This is our third recall, our fourth recall, our third time to attempt, and you ain't came out nan one of them times. You feel you so scared for your life, but you pull up like Big Bird at bingo. You know, I don't understand that, you know. What is your problem? You was checking, you put on Facebook that you were checking out the lawn cutting. Everybody over there cut their own lawn. So what you checking out? Wasn't no empty houses on that street, not a one. You need to make up your mind of what you want to do. You either want to be a council person or you want to run after us. You ran after three guys you tried to jump three guys in here. You are a very sick person. And you five foolish, if y'all keep running with her, y'all gonna be very sick too. It's sad. You all came here to bid on that money for this lady back here. We already know you needed your 5 people. We already know. Now that Quincy showed up, you know you're ready for it. He's your, what he call, 5th vote. You guys better wake up. And you don't like the fact when we tell you when you're right and when you're wrong. Nobody's looking, nobody cares. 7th Ward, she stayed down in the dumps. You know, it's sad. We are sitting up here trying to get our city right, and we got you crooked 5 up there. So you got enough people to vote for whatever you want to pass. But it's gonna be okay, because it ain't gonna be long for you gonna be out of that seat. Y'all have a blessed day.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk. Oh wait, that was the final public speaker, correct? Seeing as how that was the final public speaker, it is now time for a council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers. Only after all public speakers have spoken, an individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there any council person that would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm going to address the issues. I think it's really unfair that we have someone speaking to another person's character when the facts actually state. And I'm going to read what Doug Matthews wrote, because there have been racial remarks made. He stated, 1, I was not black. I'm not black. I don't know what box I checked. He said I was orange, I was pumpkin colored. And as he's over there now doing his eyes whining. Now this is the good public service person with the childish behavior. I am a black woman. Our skin, in case you didn't know, we are an array of colors. We're melanated. You stated, hey, snake bite, fomenting hatred, racial hatred again, just another day at the office. By the way, your avatar is pumpkin colored, not black. And look at him again. He's over there. And we know who he represents. This behavior is childish. I wouldn't want him representing me in anything. I wouldn't. Those words that were said, which were hateful, they were hateful. I didn't file the police report on you, Doug, but I would have been happy to do it. The residents did, and also the sergeant did hear it when you said N. He told Chief Green. So for those who want to really do something, file a complaint with the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, because that's where we change things. There's a lot of things that come here in verbiage that's used, but there is no place for racial hatred by a man who claims he's the savior of people. He's a good activist. Shame on him. He should be embarrassed. He should be embarrassed as he's exhibiting this behavior over there. I wouldn't want him saying to me, I would denounce him, and you should be denounced. Your behavior and your words should be denounced. and you should seek psychological help.
Is there any other council members who wish to speak during council response?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would first like to thank all of the residents, thank all of the public speakers for your insight, your concerns. Mr. A.C. Dumas, thank you for your points. You mentioned the resolution 240294, and yes, in my opinion, that resolution could be perceived as a campaign ploy, and I will talk about that further during the discussion once we get to the agenda items here. But yes, it definitely could be considered as a campaign ploy. And again, let me see, Papa Jared, I am looking into what you spoke about as far as Club Quorum and how they're trying to close you out. And in my opinion, it shouldn't happen, but we're gonna wait until the discussion when we get to that particular resolution. And I would like to thank everyone. Ms. Biggs, well-spoken. Ms. Melissa, thank you for your insight. And thank you all for being engaged in the process.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor during public speaking?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you
Thank
have the floor.
I want to speak on Papa Jared and A.C. Dumas about the corn and the parking lot situation. When your nephew brought it up and I was aware that the parking was on the side, it got moved to special affairs because I wanted to make sure that we resolve your situation, whether you don't like me or not. You still have to respect the position that I am the 3rd Ward City Councilman, and as long as I'm in this seat until whatever God sees different, I am the 3rd Ward City Councilman. And whether you want to go through me or don't, you still got to deal with me. So, A.C. Dumas, you talked about illegal and all of this different kind of stuff, but and do your research. Well, I did do my research. And I want you to not only do your research, next time you drive in your car and while you riding around trying to find stuff to look at all the cars that's parked in front of Burston Fieldhouse, where all the people go and visit Burston Fieldhouse, and they park right there by the bike lane. So when you do your research, make sure you see that, because you can't cherry pick what you want to see. If you don't think no cars parked on Saginaw Street, because they park on both sides all the time. I bet you any amount of money they parked up there now. So do your research. And when I did do my research, Papa Jared, I went to your building, because as a councilman, I'm gonna do what I can to make sure we resolve your situation. Whether you like me or not, I'm gonna make sure that we help you with your situation, because it's not personal with me. It's about us riding the ship with you to make sure they don't block your stuff out, because I don't take stuff personal.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you so much. So I just really want to highlight what our resident said over there, who was in my ward with a caravan of cars blocking traffic. I was out working in my ward and ran into a crowd of people. And even in that moment, it should be clear exactly why I need an escort. The threats continue. People continue to come to my home. They threaten to come where I'm working in my ward. So this is where we are, unfortunately. And I will continue to do the great work. I am so thankful for my colleagues that voted for the lawn remediation for the usage of my $30,000, because unfortunately on the north side, we can't wait. We don't have time to wait. It is our duty to make sure that we utilize those monies responsibly for the residents. So you go ahead and tell the residents to wait who have grass up to their knees. You tell them to wait. We can't do that. So as I was identifying those properties, we ran into things of that nature, people talking to people. And the unfortunate part is, if everything is on the up and up, we don't have to be met with resistance. Meaning, when I pulled up and saw the individuals, I was told, "Why are you here? Go away. Why are you here? Go away." I heard someone over megaphone speaking. And then I heard people saying that I stole $155,000. What we need to make sure that the residents know, when people come to you with the petitions for recall or whatever, you make sure that they read to you what's on that line. Because I stole $155,000. We want to make sure this is ethical. If I'm supposed to be removed from the seat, let it be removed off of truth, not off of made up fictitious lies because someone would like to have my seat. I will continue to serve. The Second Ward is proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor during council response? Is there anyone else who would like the floor during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else that would like the floor during council response, so I will move on to the consent agenda. I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to approve the consent, to send the consent agenda to council.
There's been a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
is that with separations, without separations? We got to separate.
Point.
We just can't go into the consent agenda, voting for the consent
Point of
agenda.
order.
What's your
without
point? What's your point?
separations.
So we've been doing this for a long time, and then we're on the roll call now.
Well, yeah, because she said approve the consent agenda. She didn't say with or without separations, and then somebody supported it, so I just moved on.
Right, so we're on the roll call right now. We're not on the roll call? Point of order, did you say roll call, Madam Clerk?
What's your point, Councilwoman Priestley?
I'm just trying to be clear. Did you say roll call?
I did say roll
Okay.
call.
So when we say roll call, Madam Clerk, I thought we proceed with the roll call.
Madam Chair.
1 second.
Point of
Ms.
order.
Priestley had a point of order.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Rule 8.5 says, after a motion to adopt a consent agenda is made and seconded, the presiding officer or chair shall ask for separations.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. Are there any separations?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like
Councilwoman
to.
in the 5th Ward.
I would like to separate 240232.1 as well as 240294.
All righty, are there any more separations? Seeing as how there are no more
Madam Chair, hold on,
separations.
Madam Chair, you did 232.1.
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, and then
Which one?
also,
There's only one left. Councilman Murphy, go ahead.
I still have the floor.
I never gave you the floor, though.
Oh, okay. We cool.
Well, no problem. I don't want you to be upset.
I promise you, I'm not upset, but the
Okay,
thing
I'm not
is,
gonna
you
do
have
this
to
with
make
you.
sure that you stay in order,
I said,
Councilwoman Burns.
Madam Chair, you didn't acknowledge me. Madam Chair, and I said it before Quincy, Madam Chair.
Right, you didn't wait to be acknowledged, you just started talking, so I assumed you didn't want the floor because you didn't wait for me to acknowledge you.
I'm not gonna argue with you.
Absolutely, Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
I'm good, because she separated.
All right, so then the consent agenda consists of Resolution 240316. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. The consent agenda passes. We'll now move on to Resolution 240232.1, which is the street
Madam Chair.
vacation of Dewey Street between North Saginaw and North Streets. Councilwoman in the second ward.
Okay, thank you. So because of the nature of time, because according to the Open Meetings Act, our meeting is supposed to start at 5:30. I would like to make a motion to send everything to council so we can address everything there, so we can proceed with the meetings and so we can finish in a timely fashion. So this way, we can handle everything that we're supposed to handle, and we can be in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Because according to our agenda, this meeting is supposed to start at 5:30. So I would like to put a motion on the floor. I would like to put a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor to move all agenda items to council and to begin the council meeting. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? The vote is 1 yes, 7 no.
Vote is 1 yes, 7 no. That motion fails. Now we move on to Resolution 240232.1, street vacation, Dewey Street between North Saginaw and North Streets. Is there a motion for this resolution?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
I make a motion to move 240232.1 to council.
There's a motion to move 240232.1 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the third ward. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Is there someone from the administration that can speak on this, street vacation from Dewey Park? I mean Dewey Street. Also, is there someone here from Burston Fieldhouse?
If there is someone from both the administration and from Burston Fieldhouse, will you please join us at the lectern?
Yes. Okay. So, I went and observed the area. My thought was, even though we was vacating Dewey Street, it was gonna be, the parking lot was being moved across the street. So I thought that you was gonna be able to go straight down still to, Burston Fieldhouse, to Dewey Street by the corn, and then be able to make a right to move into the parking lot that either on the left-hand side or the right-hand side. So when y'all vacating Dewey Street, is the whole street being vacated where y'all is taking away the ability for those who go to the quorum to not be able to get into the parking lot? I would like for someone to answer that first.
Good evening, council. So the vacation is so then the utilities can be pulled up. That is the point of the vacation because the construction will require it. However, you are correct. They will be able to turn right onto Dewey to be able to get into the parking lot. And so the concerns that were mentioned would, yeah.
So you still would be able to go down Dewey Street a little bit.
So correct. It would be a little bit. You'd be able to.
And
you'd be able to turn.
be able
correct.
to go into his parking spot.
Correct.
With the quorum. So we
However,
won't.
underneath the road, all of those utilities will be removed because of that is part of the vacation plan. Yep.
Will that road be taken up to where you won't be, to pull the utilities up? Will you guys will he still be able to use his parking lot, or are y'all gonna have to come up with something temporary for him to be able to use his parking lot until you guys finish pulling up the utilities?
So I believe
that's
there
my
yep.
one question. The other question was, it was some guys sitting on the side of your building, and I asked them to show me the, I guess it's a road in the back or something. I really couldn't tell because there was bushes and stuff back there, so I couldn't see it. But what I was trying to do when I went back there was, I heard from talking to Jared that there was a road or something. Who owned the rights to that road? In the back of the building. It's like a alley. Are y'all familiar with the alley?
Which building are you talking about, sir? I'm sorry.
So from my understanding, part of where the gate, from my understanding, part of where the gate is at, it was an alley somewhere. So because it was so much brush in the back, I really couldn't see where the alley was at. So I was trying to identify the alley. What I would like to see is some blueprints of the plan for that area on across the street that's behind the quorum. I also wanted to look at the where your property at, the quorum, like how much do you own the alley? Is the alley owned to the quorum, or is the alley owned to who own the rights to the alley if it's an alley back there? So I guess I more was trying to see if y'all had the blueprints of the property. And Papa Jared, maybe you can speak on that right there.
So I see what you're saying. The alley where the property line is, and we can show you, the alley is owned by the city, and whereas it's adjacent to the back property line of the club quorum.
So the alley is owned by the city.
No, she wrong.
Sir, you can't yell out, sir. Sir, you can't yell out. You can't yell out. I didn't call you to the lectern, sir. Okay, but I didn't call you to the lectern.
Can you call me Quincy?
Yeah.
All right, Quincy.
Stop. When you ask for people to speak on the matter, you ask for two different groups to come to the lectern. And so,
Did you call them people?
I did ask if he could speak on the property line as far as where his property is.
I didn't hear you say
okay,
that
yeah,
to him.
I did.
Well, you need to listen.
Okay, well, that's your first warning because you're not going to keep yelling out. That's your first warning. Stop yelling out.
Point of order.
Yes, go ahead. What's your point?
The gentleman
What's your
said, fuck
point?
you.
Huh?
The gentleman said, fuck you.
What gentleman?
Right here talking.
Did you hear
While you were talking, I was looking dead at you. You said, fuck you.
Quincy, let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Just letting you know for the record.
I didn't hear him say that. Yeah, I didn't hear that.
I'll wait my second round.
No problem. All right. Okay.
I'll wait my second round.
Madam Chair.
And, yeah.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Jared.
Okay, Mr. Jared, will you please join us at the lectern, please?
Mr. Jared, so the alley is owned by whom, according to your knowledge?
Listen, for all y'all up there and these people back here, it was a guy by the name of McKesson. He was a third ward council member. He put a resolution, it's in the archives, if the clerk can find it, when McKesson was the city council, he came before the council at that time and gifted, they vacated the alley. What all y'all don't know, that alley really started on Tilden Street, behind the Tilden Theater, and went all the way to Lee Street. They gifted the alley to all the property owners was along that corridor, number one. And I ain't got no problem with what they doing. Ain't nobody up there gave Burston no more money than me and ain't raised more money for the Friends of Burston. Friends of Burston, I was gonna give them that property. They say they didn't want it. Say they didn't want the liability, what they told BB and what BB told me. And I got letters to the fact of what I'm talking about. Now, I went to the planning. Let me say this quick. I went to the planning meeting, and that piece of paper I brought up here, they was showing on the drawing that they presented that they was not gonna vacate Dewey Street from Saginaw all the way to north. They had carved out a piece to allow me to go to my back door and use my parking lot. But in this resolution, what y'all got here, it's saying forever and ever and ever from Saginaw Street all the way to North Street. So all I'm asking for, damn, Rich, let
I'm
me
sorry,
talk.
can y'all pause the time?
Hey.
You all in the back, you're making noise and you're interrupting the speaker.
Yeah, I want Councilman Murphy to understand this. I ain't got no problem with it.
Okay, can you start this time?
I ain't got no problem with it, but put it in that resolution.
Okay,
What you
Mr.
just said and what she bowing her head. Yeah. That ain't about it. Put it in the resolution.
Papa.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. So in this, and I don't really think I could not read this map. Emily, I got a question for you. So if there is a resolution that states, you're saying the city owns it.
Where is it at?
Mr. Jarrett is saying there's a resolution that should be in the archives as to who owns the rights to the alley. Has that been looked at? Did you know about that? Yeah, for you, Emily.
Ms. Dewar, she's talking to you.
My understanding was that that was part of the construction documents then, but I wasn't here at the time, but my understanding was that that was part of the construction documents. They actually surveyed to make sure they understood where property lines were at. So I know that you wanted to answer their other question about the intention for the access, because I know that was important to answer as well.
So, Mr. Locke, I know we had a conversation prior, because your building will have to be accessed off of that also. So I'm assuming, this is what I was told when I spoke to Mr. Locke, Mr. Jarrett, that is the parking lot also to the left, if you're facing the building, is for Burston. Your parking lot is to the right. That it would go down, I guess, Emily, halfway down the street, so you would still have access to your parking lot? Is that what it is, Emily? 'Cause I can't read this.
No, it's fine. So I think that the confusion is that during construction, when the utilities are all being ripped up, there will need to be a temporary fix for access to the business. And that's true, and that's something that I know that the board has talked about. However, in the long run, the road will be able to be used. But during construction, there will be...
So temporary, the road will be blocked for constructions to replace the utilities.
To actually remove them.
Remove the utilities.
Yep.
And then after that, the road blockage will go halfway down the block? Is it, or Dewey will not be completely open?
So it would be open for the parking for the Burston lots, which is on the other side of.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th and then Councilman in the 9th.
Ms. Dewar, I would like to
Why is it shaded?
let you finish saying what you wanted to say as far as the parking lots.
So again, there will be a temporary closure because of the construction, and then there will be the road will be able to be turned onto the first right will be into the business owners' parking, and then the road will go a little further to be able to access where the Burston parking is, and then it will end right after that. So so it's not halfway down. I'd say 60 feet perhaps down, maybe 75. Yeah. So there will be access, but it won't. It will have to have some temporary closures during construction.
Okay, so, and I'm looking at this resolution, and it says street vacation Dewey Street between North Saginaw and North Street. I think we need to go back and change this resolution to state that, because if we vote on this resolution, it's gonna vacate that entire street from North Saginaw all the way down to North Street. Okay? And I'm not gonna vote on this resolution as it is stated right now, as it is written right now. So, Madam Clerk, I would like to make a motion to reword this resolution to state, I don't know where, past the parking lots. Do you know exactly where?
So if we can bifurcate between a vacation under the road, because we do need to be able to rip out all the utilities, that is crucial to construction. So there's a bifurcation between vacating under the street versus the street itself, and you could say that there's a point, X number of feet east of North Saginaw, if that's what you're asking for above street. So you want to, below full street vacation, above street vacation, you want to have a point on the other side of the driveway. Is that the question? You want that number?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to know
if you
where.
Can give me 1 minute, I can figure that out.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
suspend
But we do
that.
need a full vacation for the utilities.
I'll do it on my second round. Suspend that.
Madam, I'm sorry.
Can I talk?
It's still my
Oh,
turn.
no, I know, that's what, I
Okay.
just looked at the clock. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, right, that's what I'm telling you.
So, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Jared, Papa Jared.
Yeah, look,
So, Papa Jared, do you have any issues with them working right there at your property as far as the utilities?
no, here's the issue.
Go ahead.
She coming up here with maybe I go back, look, I'm a developer. When you develop a site, you have stake. You stake the site out. You have an on-site engineer. She should know how many feet it's gonna come back off Saginaw. Oh, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe 6 feet. You have an on-site engineer. And the engineer will mark all them sites. And when he marked the sites, here, it should be in the resolution.
It should be in the resolution.
22 feet northwest by 17, 18 feet now northeast, southwest. If anybody in here ever read a legal description, that's what an on-site surveyor do. Road engineer, you know that's the boy. Road engineer should have all them boundaries, exactly where the road gonna go, like she's saying, under the road engineer. They know exactly 14 feet northwest by 22 feet southwest into the ground, 6 feet low, 2 feet high, all that gibbly gobble. It don't go by what she's saying. She's holding up something like that, number one. Number two, they should have brought a presentation, a big plan, showing exactly how many feet, and if they paying road engineer $30,000, $40,000 for the engineering, they got all that. They know, well, I ain't gonna say that. I was gonna say they know y'all stupid, and y'all can just come up here and say, send a resolution.
Thank you, Papa Jared. My time is up.
That's what I want, Doc. That's all I want.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Yeah, I sort of feel like if they are putting together an amendment to the resolution that will clearly outline where what starts and stops. I don't believe in conversation with the property owners there, I don't believe, and I think we heard just stated, there's no problem with the development of the Burston Fieldhouse. Where the concern is how, for those property owners, do we not take access to their property away from them? some type of easement into their drive such that they can use their property, and after the alley, if the street is vacated and documented as such, whatever Burston needs to do with the remainder, I don't think there's a problem with it, but being able to clearly define in whatever resolution is passed is key, I believe, to the current property owners and those that are operating inside that space. How are we not handicapped by this development, and as to where it hampers our ability to function and operate our business that has been in existence since as long as I can remember, but has been there for years and is and has been a staple there on Saginaw Street, as well as has been probably one of the original friends of Burston by way of the support that has been given to them over the years. So that said, with this resolution, as was stated last week in the committee meeting, I will be recusing myself from the vote, but I absolutely wanted to speak to the resolution itself and some of the concerns and try to make clear the concerns as they have been shared with me and communicated even across these mics this evening. So, Ms. Dorr, do you have something else that you believe will add value?
Well, I've got a rendering I can show. This is, again, I'm not the site engineer. I wanted Ian L. to be here, but I do have a rendering I wanted to share with all of you.
Okay, go ahead, Chief.
I am the president of Friends of Burston.
Yes, sir.
And in my former life, I used to do licensing for the city.
Right.
So I'm well aware that any business that has a liquor license has to have parking on that particular property. It has never been the intention of Burston to block his parking lot.
Can I ask a question, sir?
Let me finish.
Okay.
In looking at this, his property and our parking lot can have common access. That's been the sole purpose of this whole thing altogether. Right. And when they say they blocking the street from Saginaw to North, you have to block the street from Saginaw to North. You have to vacate that whole street. You can't have part of it open. You have to have access for him, and you have to have access for us. And that's been the whole thing all along. It has never been the intention to block his parking, to cut him off.
Thank you. And part of the confusion for me reading it is the sentiment that you just expressed is not as clearly outlined here. So I think in us making some amendments, whether it be a point 2 or whatever, I think if we can document that,
yes,
for some, it would be a good thing. Thank you.
We can be good neighbors.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward, you have the floor.
Through you to Ms. Emily. Emily, is it possible, how soon could you guys make the adjustments in the resolution to identify the concerns of the Mr. Poppin?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, we would rewrite it to say that it's a full street vacation for everything underground, and then it would be a street vacation with a rebuilt street X number of feet east of North Saginaw. We would rewrite it that way, so that way it was very clear. But we do need a full, I mean, that's the part, the issue is we can't just vacate to a certain point with the utilities. So we do have to have that two-part, if that makes sense. Okay. So, I mean, we can do it. I don't have that, again, I'm not the site engineer. I would love for us to say that we can have that number for you tonight, but it is my hope we can get the engineer to give me an exact number of feet for you as soon as possible. So.
Okay, so before we vote on this, you guys can make those adjustments and then get it to us. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round?
Yes.
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. So I just want to be clear. So, Ms. Dorr, is it in our best interest to vote in favor of this resolution as it stands right now? Because I'm trying to be clear, because again, I'm not trying to get involved emotionally. I want to make sure that when we start talking about underground workings and above ground workings, I want to make sure that it's all in tandem, because a lot of decisions here are made with emotions and politically, and I want to make sure that we're not passing something that does not make legal and structural, that does make legal and structural sense. So I'm just trying to see how we should be moving, because this is what you all have been working on. And I want to, just like you were saying, the underground thing, we'll make sure underground meets above ground. So I'm just trying to be clear.
We will rewrite it to have updated language that differentiates underground utility vacation from an above-ground paved road. We will differentiate it, so then that way those two things are separate before you vote on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
and, all right, and so using that language, it will not mess up any plans. It's still in line with what's going on.
Absolutely. Like I said, we will just, the term street vacation, again, normally we've got to just define, in this case, the most important thing about it is being able to remove the full utilities underground, and then, as you can see from that rendering, after that number of feet, there will be no more Dewey Street, right? Like it's all part of this site plan. So, but we will rewrite it and get it back in front of you. Absolutely.
Okay, and, all right, so I just want to make sure that although we made the motion, that it is in approval with what you have. So that is in tandem. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to Ms. Dorr. So if we postpone it for the next council meeting, that's the best thing to do, or to postpone it to the next special affairs so that we would have the amendment. Is that going to create a problem?
It will delay construction, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
That would get you time to get the exact language.
I will get the exact number of feet that what will be a new constructed driveway, frankly. It will be a new driveway, but because all of that is going to get ripped up. So but we will fix it.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. Mr. Butts, is this resolution as it's written, does that adequately describe what the intent is, or do we need to have an amended resolution?
I think based on my very quick reading of this resolution and the staff review, I think the added language of the above-ground versus the below-ground vacation would add an extra level of precision to what the city is seeking to accomplish here.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I make a motion to postpone this resolution to August, excuse me, I take that back. I dropped that. Go ahead, I'm done. Go ahead.
All right, seeing as how everyone has already spoken in the first round, is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. So as I'm looking at this, Emily, the Dewey Street becomes the property of Burston. So the club quorum, because this is real estate, this is very poorly written, unfortunately. And anytime, if anyone afterwards, you have to have the legal, and he's correct, the legal description, we should have the location, and it should be done by a surveyor. Does he have a special easement to where he can access that? Because he will no longer own that property. There has to be in there that for that club, until it's sold, that they are allowed to come onto this property to access their driveway. Because as I'm looking at this, Burston's parking lot, which will go across the back as you drive down, you will have 65 spaces, and I think 85 to the left or right, where Park School used to be, and some housing. And so where Dewey Street used to be, which will become the new Burston access. And so he don't own that. And so we have to have, there should be something in legal work for him to wording that he has an easement. Is that in there?
Can I address?
Yeah.
We're not taking his property. We're just using the street.
If you look at this, Mr. Locke, and I'll show you, Burston, you're not taking his access,
No.
but to get to his property, Burston will own it. So there just has to be a,
No, we won't, ma'am. We're not.
according to this, it is.
We're not taking any of his property. He's gonna have all the access he has right now. We will not, we're not taking it.
According to this, Burston
I don't know
will,
who did that, man.
yeah.
That's what I have.
Yeah, according to this, Burston will own from Saginaw, this is all Burston that's up there. You will own that, which will give access. Now, to have him to have access in real estate law, he can ask, or the city should give him an easement to allow him to go on that property. Because otherwise, the city can say, he has no business on our property for access. And so it has to be legally done if that street is being vacated, that he will have access as the owner of the property. This is real estate, and if we don't have it done right here, it'll pose a problem. Now, if the building was sold, it wouldn't make no difference, you would be tearing it down. But right now, it's an existing building. And because it is that, he does not have, it does legally landlock him, and it prevents him to have, you can barricade that off, and he would have no right to remove a barricade if he had an event at that time, and it bursted. I'm not saying Burston would do that, Mr. Locke. I'm saying just the legal part.
Man, I'm sorry, but I think the misunderstanding is, only thing that we're doing is the street. He still has all his property, and he'll still have all his access. Only thing that we're doing is the street. I don't know.
I'm gonna show you this.
Is.
Yeah,
I
this
don't know anything
is
about
not my, and I'll show it to you.
Who would like, is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round? Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
So, I think what Councilwoman Burns is saying is from Saginaw to the entryway of going into the parking lot, will that portion of Dewey, could you hold my time for me for a minute?
Can we please pause the time? Do you need him to stay here?
I was trying to talk to them, but
Okay.
I don't want to interrupt her conversation with them because I want their attention.
Do you need Mr. Jarrett as well?
I want to talk to them.
Does that include Mr. Jarrett, is what I'm asking you?
It's a possibility.
Okay.
If it is,
All right.
he
All
can
right.
stay up there. I don't
Excuse
have a
me, can we pause his time? Can we put it back at the 2:32? And Councilwoman Burns, Councilman Murphy has the floor, and he's asking those people, he's asking them questions.
So the alley, from what I'm seeing now, the alley will be completely taken away. So they won't have access to the alley now. Because it sounded like that was one of his concerns, that they had an alley from Spencer Street to Dewey Street. So the city owned it. I know y'all brought property from the land bank. So did the city and the land bank give Burston both? Did we do a resolution to sell the alley to Burston Fieldhouse too?
I will be providing the legal description of the land to make sure that that is in the resolution, that it comes from the surveyor. That's the best.
So did we sell the
Yes,
alley to Burston Fieldhouse?
So, yes, and I know that there's a disagreement here, but per the survey that I was told that the contractor has, that alley is part of the land that is
Can you-
owned by the city now for this project.
What are we going to do temporarily if we have to vacate the street to do the utilities to help him have access to the front of the building? What's the plan for that?
Our contractor is going to make sure our contractor is gonna make sure that he has access to the rear of his property. You know, by way of, you know, there's a little area right there between the street and his property. They'll make sure he still has access to the rear of his property.
So y'all won't, because what, it sounds like y'all need to vacate Dewey Street to do the utility work,
Absolutely.
even though y'all gonna come back with a street.
Oh, yeah, that street
Right.
is, it'll be,
Will that street be still Dewey Street,
Yes.
Street from Saginaw to the entryway of wherever you guys?
it'll still
Will
be-
that little portion, if it's 1/3 or, you know,
Yes.
Dewey, will that still be Dewey? Will that be a public street or would it be private?
it will be a private street for that business, let me finish, for that business and Burston, where people can have access. He's gotta have access to his business. Burston has to have access to its business. So we both will have access to our businesses.
So you guys are really taking away the alley. That is happening. So they won't have access to the alley no more.
As this rendering, no.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to move this to legislative, the next legislative meeting.
Support.
Madam Clerk, is that the correct, it is, okay.
Committee.
All right. It's not the correct one, that's why I'm asking. I know, but I need her to tell him it's government ops.
Yes, they would be, government ops would be the
Okay. Would
preferred
you like to
committee.
amend that and send it to government ops?
Yes, so moved, yeah. Government ops, that's fine.
There is a motion on the floor to send Resolution 240232.1 to Government Ops. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis is not in. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240232.1, street vacation of Dewey Street between North Saginaw and North Streets has been moved to Government Ops. Moving on to Resolution 240294, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds, grants for neighborhood engagement and youth programs for the 7th Ward.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
I make a motion to send 240294 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 240294 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Is there discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This resolution, 240294, it was submitted by the 7th Ward appointed member, the appointed 7th Ward council member, who is currently campaigning for election to secure the same seat. Now, in my opinion, this raises significant concerns. And it's a conflict of interest. And I say that because to allocate money, and it looks like all of her neighborhood associations in the 7th Ward, this could be seen as an attempt to get votes. to garner favors and votes. And I'm just not down with that. I'll use Quincy's terminology, down with that. Because, you know, it's like a campaign ploy. The $30,000 is being used as a campaign ploy to get votes. And it's unethical. It's unethical. And I would think that this resolution would be saved until after the election. The election is on August 6th. We only have a couple of more weeks. So why rush this? Why vote on this tonight? So I'm just saying, I'm not going to be voting on this right now. Now, after the election, I will definitely vote on whatever the 7th Ward, whoever sits in that seat, I will vote yes to approve whatever you want to do for your $30,000. But right now, tonight, I will not be voting on this resolution. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
You know, I know that the 7th Ward councilperson has been having and attending regular meetings with her constituents and neighborhood groups. If you read the resolution, the money is spread out between each one of her groups. And a little bit of money goes everywhere. So I don't think it's necessarily buying votes. She's been attending and listening to her constituents, and this is where they want their money to go. So I am supporting this.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
My sentiment is exactly the same as the councilwoman in the 5th Ward, because we have to look at timing. One, you were not elected to the seat, and that's unfair for the voters. I was not ever comfortable with appointing anyone to the seat, and I know to get it on the seat, the 7th Ward council person voted no to put herself on or to put the seat even up for election. So it speaks to ethics. Now, after she wins the election, absolutely, these monies should be for an elected person, not an appointed person, and that's just the right way. The timing that this is being done, I'm not in agreement with it, not at all. Saying that you meet with the regular people at the block clubs, you're giving yourself a $30,000 advantage and don't mind doing it. And that to me is beyond concerning. I felt Doug Matthews should have been denounced. That hasn't been done. And then this $30,000. You know, if someone else wins this seat, what would be their vision? That seat should have been in February. It should have been put on the ballot. Someone in that seat should have been in that seat, and it was delayed, and it shouldn't have been delayed. It should not. Y'all were breaking quorum. We have 4 or 5 meetings just to get the resolution to put this on. Now, if you're running for that seat, then you do it the proper way. You voted no on it. You voted no to put the 7th Ward on the agenda. Voted no. Then y'all broke quorum 4 or 5 times as to avoid it. So I'm not comfortable with that. And I've said that from the beginning. If you win the seat, it should be for the person who's elected, not appointed. Not appointed. So I will not be supporting this at this time because you're not the elected person. You didn't even want this seat to be placed on. And it had to actually go all the way over to the county to deal with the county to make sure that the 7th Ward residents had an opportunity to elect the person that they wanted to, that this seat would have the right process. That was done. And you voted no. You voted no to put it on. So if you didn't believe in the process, why should you be spending $30,000? That to me is a problem. And I will not be supporting this because whoever wins that seat, and if you win that seat, or if Jan Marie wins that seat, then that opportunity is only 2 people running. Then the person elected should have the opportunity to do what they would like with that $30,000 on how they see fit to move that ward forward. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy?
Ain't no way in God's given green earth I'm finna stop this resolution. And they can say what they want, 5 votes or 4 votes or whatever vote. There's no place that you can find in no charter that says that because somebody is appointed versus somebody being elected, that they should not have a right to spend $30,000 of ward account money because y'all don't like that candidate and y'all want somebody else to be up in there, and now you want to pull up somebody.
Point of order.
Please pause this time. What is your point?
Rule 43.21.
Councilwoman Burns, you spoke to motives your entire speech. Continue, Councilwoman Murphy.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Thank you. Point of order. He cannot speak to the motives of who we want in that seat. We don't elect that person. We do not. The 7th Ward residents do. That is Robert rules. He cannot speak to the motives.
Point of order.
What is your point?
So we have a picture of Councilman Burns wearing your opponent's T-shirt on Facebook. So it is clear that it looks like this money is being blocked for political purposes. So it's only right for Mr. Murphy to proceed.
Can you give
Proceed,
her a point
Mr.
of order?
Murphy.
She's using the wrong. She took the floor. She needs
Proceed,
a warning.
Mr. Murphy.
You need a warning.
So here's what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna sit here and use because Candace Lachette was appointed, or Leon Elamine was appointed against them if they want to spend some of the $30,000 to do whatever they want to do in their ward based on somebody else's opinion of thinking because they appointed versus elected. And for someone who served on the charter commission, we did never put in no charter. And if you can look in the charter and find some language in the charter that says if you appointed or elected that you can't spend no money because you elected versus appointed, that is being biased and not wanting somebody because it's personal. And I'm not gonna get in that. If Candace, just like you supported the work that we doing in the 3rd Ward and we done supported other people in their ward, Councilwoman Lewis, if you got something in your ward, if Leon got something in his ward that he wanna have done, I'm going to support it as long as you in that position. I ain't going to say because the election is around the corner or whatever. Oh, well. Spend your money how you want to. What you want, call for the question.
All right, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what happened? What? Did you
No,
ask for the
so
floor?
that was his time. I was just
Oh.
calling for the floor. Oh, so he said call.
Oh, we're calling for the question? Okay. Madam Clerk?
There was no.
Is there support for calling for the question? It's been moved and properly supported to call for the question. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
I'm going to abstain because I wasn't even given the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. We will now call for the question we will now vote to send Resolution 240294, reallocation of ARPA funds, grants for neighborhood engagement and youth program, 7th Ward account to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Again, I'm going to abstain because I wasn't given the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. Resolution 240294, reallocation of ARPA funds and grants for neighborhood engagement and youth programs has
Point
been
of
sent
order.
to council.
Point of order.
Yes,
Point of order.
yes, what's your point?
That is
It
not
was
the
5
actual-
yes, 2 no.
I'm sorry,
and 1
5
abstention.
yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention. Thank you for the correction. Reallocation of ARPA funds, grants for neighborhood engagement and youth programs in the 7th Ward has been sent to council.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
motion to adjourn.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn.
Yeah, second.
It has been properly seconded. The time is now 6:30. Oh, excuse me. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
I'm sorry, what was that?
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. It is now 6:31 p.m. and this Special Affairs Committee has been adjourned.
All right, so council will start in exactly 5 minutes. Thank you.
So, I'm trying to move some of the stuff to, what's on, is it on?
No, we should have had a legislative committee. I'm very mad about that. But I think they were, I thought they said something about something language that was or something. Huh? I don't know if there was some language that was supposed to be one. To talk to AA.
You may be asked, you may not be asked. You want to be asked, I will separate your resolution and ask. Okay, because I will ask you.
All right. We're about to go ahead and get started. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. The time is now 6:41, and this Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. So now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Jarrett, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? So now it's time for the prayer of blessing, but before we do so, we would like to acknowledge anyone that may have transitioned. Council, do you have anyone that you would like to acknowledge at this time?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I would like to acknowledge the 12-year-old little girl who lost her life due to gun violence. Her name is Trinity.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Yes, I would like to acknowledge Councilman Murphy's aunt.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would like a moment of silent prayer for the family of Mackay Ford.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Alamin.
I'd like to acknowledge my cousin who was missing for a couple years and was found dead as well. I would like to acknowledge my cousin who was missing for a couple years and we recently found him, who was found dead.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, I would like to acknowledge my former substitute teacher, Mrs. Stella Gould, Mr. Dimitri Relaford, my soror Elner Bailey Taylor, and also Flint Northern classmate, Mr. Julius Gray. So with that being said, we will go ahead into a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. So now it's time for our prayer or blessing. Mr. El Alamin, could you please lead us in the prayer of blessing?
As we gather here today at the Flint City Council meeting, let us unite, acknowledge, and respect our council and community diverse beliefs, personalities, and backgrounds. I would like to ask us to join in prayer that embraces and uplifts all people regardless of their religious affiliations and or ethnicity. In this moment of collective reflection, let us also remember those facing hardship and difficulty. May they find the healing and support they need, and may we as a council, as well as a community, be ready to assist them in ways that will best help them. May we as a council find ways to work together despite our differences to help better serve the residents of Flint. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, let us pray for collective efforts and that will improve the quality of life for the residents and that would allow our city to thrive and be a better place to live and raise our families. Amen.
Amen. So now time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault, battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. Request for changes. Do we have any requests for changes?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Mashat.
is now the time to move anything up on the agenda if that's what we're going to do?
I couldn't make that out.
Is now the time to move things around on the agenda if that's what we're going to do?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to move Resolution 240294 before public hearing. I would like to move Resolution...
Hold on. 240...
294.
294.
We have a reconsideration for 240227. And I know that there are some people here who have to leave because of the shift that they work. So I would like to move that reconsideration up. But then I have another question. After we move that reconsideration up, can we vote? If the reconsideration goes through, can we vote on that at this right after?
So that is a question that we can pose to our clerk.
If that is your request for a change, that can be the change. It just
All right, and then I would like to move Resolution 240191 and 240192 right after those two.
So 240191 and 240192?
Yes.
Okay. And so as far as the reconsideration go, were you moving the...
So I was doing 240294 as the very first thing on the agenda, 240227, the reconsideration, and then the actual vote, 240191.
Hold on. Yeah, it's kind of muffled and talking a little fast. So I want to make sure that I'm catching it. So could you please start over?
240294 is the first thing on the agenda before public hearings. 240227, that has to be reconsidered. There are some people here in the audience who have to leave soon. And so I would like to move that up so that they are able to speak during the reconsideration, and then that we vote, if the reconsideration does go through, that we vote on that immediately after as well. And then 240191 and then 240192.
Okay, so would it be proper to vote to move the reconsiderations up so we can know what's going to be reconsidered?
That's what I did.
Okay, so the entire section. That was
Oh, no.
Yeah, because we're just voting to reconsider, yes or no for the reconsideration.
Girl. Well, then you can put 240144 after 240192.
Okay. 240-144. Okay, so shall we? Let's move reconsiderations, this section. Let's go ahead and, I think it'd be a good idea if we did that first.
That's not my request, Madam Chair.
It's not?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, go ahead.
My request was 240-294, first thing before public hearings, then 240-227, the reconsideration. If the reconsideration goes, then the actual vote on 240-227, and then 240-191, 240-192, and then as you suggested, the other thing that needed to be reconsidered, 240-144, first reconsider it and then vote on it, if it is reconsidered.
All right, and so will this be before public hearing?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, so let me make sure that I'm clear. So you're trying to put resolution 240-227 before public hearings, but we haven't even reconsidered anything. So we have nothing to reconsider. We can't reconsider that if we don't, first we gotta reconsider it before we vote for approval.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying.
It's okay, we'll break it down again, wanna make sure go ahead.
I'm saying first I am moving the reconsideration, and then if it is indeed reconsidered, that we go ahead and vote on it right after that.
So you're not moving reconsiderations, that section, you're not moving that up? I'm trying to find a clean way to do it. That makes sense.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, what it seems to me that she's wanting is to reconsider one resolution, then vote on it if it is reconsidered, then do the next reconsideration and vote on that.
And then you said
And then going on with the resolutions as listed, as she has stated. So 240-227.
The reconsideration, and then if it is reconsidered, we vote on it right then. And then go to 240-191, 240-192, and then go to the other reconsideration, 240-144, reconsider it. If it is voted to be reconsidered, vote on it right then.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Any more?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So, I wanted to see, was this some administrative stuff that the administration was trying to get done because of the death in my family, I need to go. So I wanted to see, was it something that they can do? Because I'm not gonna be able to stay here all night.
Okay. All right. So we are moving those approvals and reconsiderations before a public hearing. All righty.
Point of order.
So, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I didn't hear the clerk say if we can move those up and then vote on those immediately. I didn't hear her. I think you had asked.
I didn't.
You did?
No.
Well, can we do that through you, Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, to the clerk? Can we move those up and then vote immediately? I know we have to have the reconsideration first, then we have to come back to vote on them. Is that something that we can do?
The 7th Ward councilperson's agenda change requests can be ordered without objection by the chair. If there's an objection, you would have to vote, but if it's approved, you can do it whenever order that it's approved. So yes, you can do it in that order, if it's approved or ordered without objection.
Okay, I really didn't understand you, Davina.
The chair can order those changes without objection.
Okay.
If there's an objection, you can vote on the changes, but if they are passed, you can do it in that order as she has requested. With, a vote on a resolution, the reconsideration, going to resolutions, going to ordinances, going back to resolutions and reconsiderations.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so I will order those changes without an objection.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I object.
All right, so we will go ahead and vote. All right, so since that concludes the request for agenda changes, we will go ahead and we will vote for the agenda changes. And so we are voting to pass the agenda changes per councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? No. The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, so those changes pass, those amendments and changes, they pass. So we will move on to our first change. So we have Resolution 240-294, and that is...
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to pass Resolution 240-294.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to pass Resolution 240-294. Any support?
Support.
Madam Chair,
All right, supported by the Councilwoman of the 4th Ward. Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I'd like to call the question.
All right, we have a call for the question,
Support.
supported by the Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. That call for the question passes. So now this body will vote to approve Resolution 240-294. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention, so Resolution 240-294 passes. So now we are voting to reconsider Resolution 240-227.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to reconsider Resolution 240-227.
For support.
All right, supported by the Councilman in the 4th Ward. All right, and so, all right, is there, and do we have discussion on this? Oh, okay, so any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay.
Support.
All right, so call the question, supported by the Councilman in the 4th Ward. So this is the vote to call the question for the reconsider of Resolution 240-227. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
You said the vote was 3 yes or 4 no, or was it 4 no?
4 yes, 4 no.
Okay. So 4 yes, 4 no for the reconsideration of Resolution 240-227. All
That
right,
was
so
for
now
the
we are.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, that was
Oh,
for the call to question.
I'm so sorry for calling the question. All right, so we will go ahead and go with the debate. So, any debate in the first round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I mean, Yeah, the young lady that's over this program came here and she talked about she got some people here that work third shift that need to go. So why would y'all call for the question and then don't have no discussion when y'all have somebody come down here that if they want to talk about whatever they want to talk about, this is an opportunity for them to talk about it. But if we just go rubber stamp it and call for the question on this subject matter without letting them hear, what was the purpose of them coming here?
Mr. Murphy, are you aware this is just for reconsider?
Point of order.
Go ahead, what's your point?
Madam Chair, did we make a motion for the resolution yet?
No.
Okay, so why are we in discussion?
We did.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so right now, Mr. Murphy, we were on reconsideration. And so we were just trying to reconsider it. So now we're about to have a whole discussion on
I got you.
reconsidering. So,
All right, help me out here.
Oh, okay. So anyone else? Anyone else in the second round? Pardon?
Where are we?
So we're reconsidering resolution 240227, the reconsideration, and now we're in the second round. Okay, so seeing that we have no one else, we will go ahead and move on. So now we're voting to reconsider resolution 240227. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. So the vote for reconsideration for resolution 240227 has now passed.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes.
That resolution did not pass. We need 6 votes.
Okay, so please
6
refer to
votes.
council rules. Please refer to council rules. So we're going to go ahead and we are on the vote to approve resolution 240227. So what's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
make a motion to approve 240227.
All right, motion
Support.
to approve, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. And so, Mr. Murphy, did I hear you?
Yes.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Whoever from this group want to get up and speak on this, y'all more than welcome to come and have the floor.
And so this resolution right here is for the reallocation of ARPA funding for grants for youth job training for the Faith Foundation Resources Organization. So do we have anyone from the Faith Foundation Resources Organization that would like to speak on behalf of this resolution? Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Xavier Walker. I've been a resident of Flint my entire life. I graduated from Flint Powers Catholic. I've been working with Mrs. Lotz.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Please hold. Please stop his time. What is your point?
Mr. Woodson is continuing to speak to people here across the room, and I would like him to stop.
So, Mr. Woodson, we would just like to bring you to order. So, thank you. So, she shouldn't be. So, we just bring you to order. So, council, so whoever's speaking, let's make sure that this gentleman has the floor. Okay? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've been working with Ms. Lotz for a couple years now, and we both have a commitment not only to education, but to the youth of Flint, Michigan. I have children. I've worked in secondary education with the Chamber of Commerce through Youth Quest, and I believe that this program is an asset not only to the communities, but to the children. I believe our children need positive outlets in order to be successful. I believe this program grants them that. I don't want to be long-winded. I just believe that as a resource, jobs are something our youth need to keep them out of the streets, to keep them out of trouble. Job training is important. It's important to be able to interview well, not only for jobs, but for college applications and things like that. And I think it'll be a positive impact on the community.
So, through the chair to you. What other partners are you guys partnering with this youth job training?
We have a multitude of employer partners. Since I've been working with Mrs. Lots, we use like JCPenney, we use multiple fast food chains, Popeyes, McDonald's. Those are the ones I can think of off the top of my head, but we have a lot of others in the community that work with us.
How many schools y'all in?
Last time I was there, we were at Academy West, Flint Southwestern, Hamady. Who else have we done work with? We were in discussions with Carmen Ainsworth. I'm not sure how that's going now, but we're in a lot of high schools around the area.
So are these Flint students that y'all dealing with, or because when you saying some of them schools,
we've worked with Flint High School as well.
I'm talking about this funding is for Flint students, or is it for everybody? So even if they not in Flint, will they have the opportunity to tap into these resources?
So I just want to just step in. So point of information, Mr. Murphy. So Ms. Lott, she said that this program is where she services Flint students, and that's all that she services, Flint students. So they have a Flint address. They may go to an out-county school, but they have a Flint address. Proceed.
Since our last meeting, Mr. Jarrett was concerned about was the kids going to Flint. So I actually contacted the superintendent from Westwood Heights and got the number of students that actually was Flint residents. Hamady High School has 256 students that actually lives in Flint, and Academy West has 120 students that actually lives in Flint. I service only Flint kids, and I would make sure that the email that they sent me today telling you how many kids that's actually are Flint residents, I'll make sure each one of you guys get it. But Hamady has 256 kids that's actually Flint residents, and Academy West has 120 kids that's actually Flint residents, and I'll make sure each one of you council members get that. I only service Flint children, so all the funds will be going to Flint kids.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no more questions.
No more.
All right, any more questions? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
So, as part of the reporting requirements for Flint residents, for this, you have to identify the residents as well as where they live. So each student has to be listed. This is who we did. This is what the outcome was, and everything. So Flint students are the only ones that we will pay for, period. Exactly. And that will be evaluated by our ARPA department that we've just created recently. Also, we know that there's only about 3,000 students in the Flint schools. Several years ago, a friend of mine who taught at Burton Glen said that over half of their students were Flint schools, and that was in Burton. My nephew was a student at Burton Glen, and he was a Flint resident. So we can't just look at the school, because there may be non-Flint residents attending Flint schools. When we were a kid, that wasn't possible. You had to stay within your district. But now the money goes with the student to the school. So I just want to reiterate that for the people at home, as well as for council members and the audience. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, so seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking your time to come for this. This is essential. Passing youth jobs is very essential. We pass youth jobs in the summer, and it's making a tremendous impact on the youth. And the fact that we did not pass for the second round, if we didn't do it expeditiously, unfortunately, it may have been the reason why we have lost one of our youth. And so this right here, so it's very unfortunate when we have a sibling that applied and that was accepted, and another sibling that wanted to be accepted, but before they did, they was gunned down. So imagine if individuals were able to go to these youth jobs. About this resolution right here, This resolution is for jobs throughout the entire year, so we can teach our young people employability skills, so we can teach them positive mentorship, so we can keep them off of the streets, so we can give them something positive. Moreover, this is what the residents said they wanted when we did the listening sessions. This is what they said that they wanted. So I will not stand in the way of progress or what the residents say they want for our young people. And this also adds to the layer of the onion that we're trying to peel back in terms of creating a solution. Today we had a press conference with the peacekeepers today, and we were talking about ways to attack this. Now, youth jobs isn't the solution, but it's part of the solution. And so we'd be remiss to do what we signed up for through our elected seats. Our job is to make ordinances and write off on money. They don't need me to come pray with them. They don't need me to do anything else extra. They need me to do what I'm elected for. They said, we elect you to pass ordinances and money. And so from our standpoint, this is how we can help add to making sure that we are having a clean and safe summer and we're keeping you safe. So we are on the second round. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
You gaslight this community and say that child, that you shouldn't do that. You should. It is distasteful. It is unprofessional, because there are more issues to these children, such as homelessness, such as drugs, such as parents who are incarcerated.
Request for information. Well, are you aware if they're homeless, then the youth job can help bring money to the household?
The child is not responsible to raise themselves. On their birth certificate, it says parent, not child. Are you aware of that?
And request for information.
Madam Chair, you are abusing your time.
No.
Abusing your time.
Excuse me, Ms. Burns, let's be clear. The request for information is an opportunity for colleagues to afford you information that may affect your next vote. That's within the council rules. So I'm just giving you a little assistance to assist you with your next vote, just in case you didn't know. So that was the whole point of, for example, RX Kids. A lot of families that have children, they need help. So thank you.
Discussion and dialogue, and as the president, you should know better.
Proceed, Ms. Burns.
This is my time, and you need to follow the rules.
Proceed, Ms. Burns.
So to say this about children, because any child or parent who has lost a life is serious, and it should not be said up here so cavalier that this job was going to save their life. A lot of these kids belong to the streets now.
Thank you.
Point of order.
She's out of order, Councilman, Chairperson Lewis. She's out of order.
Proceed.
Call her to order. I call you to order.
Okay. Now, proceed.
You're not getting this part. And so the animosity.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
I thought the chambers belong to the people, or is it only when the people agree with them do the chambers belong to them?
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, that's an
proceed.
abuse of, that is not a point of information, that's an abuse.
Ma'am, you're being brought to order. Stop yelling out. Ma'am, that's your warning.
I appeal the
ma'am,
ruling
that's
of the
your
chair.
warning.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's fine. So there's appeal to the ruling of the chair.
I support that appeal.
And we have supported by Ms. Jerry Winfrey Carter. All right, so the chair's ruling is being appealed because the lady in the pink continued to yell out loudly. So proceed. Was it Ms. Burns?
You have got two very clear. You refused on this side to warn, but you are so quick to warn, want to put them out, and that's not fair. You're not balanced when you're issuing warnings. It's clear this side was upset, this side was talking, and it's a very passionate topic, and I understand that. We're talking about youth who are dying in these streets and parents attending these funerals and relatives. But when she make a comment on this side, you neglected to, you didn't say anything. You warned them, but didn't warn them. You don't give equal justice. You're not fair. You're not impartial. if it's, first of all, the point of order, request information was an abuse. It was to take the floor, and she should have been warned for taking the floor. So, and here it goes again. Every time I get the floor, you have point of information me twice during my time to take my time. You part of the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Round?
No, we're in an appeal for the ruling of the chair.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of.
Not a problem. All right, so you go ahead and start my time. The chair called the young lady in the pink to order for loudly yelling out. If I hear you over here, because it's hard to hear up here. See again, there you go, second warning. Stop yelling out. It goes against the council rules. Your time to talk is when you're at the lectern, you're not here. And so that's why the chair brought the young lady in the audience to order. We must have order in these chambers to restore these chambers back to the people. People don't even want to come to these chambers because we have people yelling out, people being disorderly, and council members being complicit with it. I'm not doing it. And so what we won't do, I'm not going back and forth. We must make sure that we're in order, and as she was brought to order, she proceeded to speak. And so therefore, she caught that first warning. And with that being said, I'm done. And so if you want to overturn the ruling of the chair, please feel free to vote yes. But we are about to vote. So right now we are about to vote for the appeal. So go ahead, roll call, Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy? He is not in. Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no, and the ruling of the chair stands, and the audience member has her first warning. All right, so we are moving back on to, we're still on resolution 240-227. Are we in the second round?
Madam Chair, I had the floor.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Because I had time remaining. So this, and maybe because our packets are so large, there were 2 separate resolutions for, well, I guess it don't matter if they leaving. I mean, there were 2 separate resolutions for this 200,000.
Ma'am, you're being brought to order. Let's not yell out.
There were 2 separate resolutions for this, and this was brought back up. It did not go back through committee. Which resolution, and I don't know which one, because this is our packet. And so it's that one, but this one, but what are the organizations in it? Oh, this is just her organization for this one? Okay.
So what we're doing, this is the Faith Foundation Resources ARPA application where they applied underneath the category of youth
Madam
jobs.
Chair, this is my time.
No, but you asked the question, Ms. Burns.
No, my question was answered. I was not asking.
Proceed, Ms. Burns.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll be voting to abstain based on the fact that Ms. Lott worked on my campaign. So that would be a conflict of interest, so I'm going to recuse myself from this vote.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else? All right, so if it be no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. You know, as we talk about, sir, put the sign down. You're blocking the view. You're sir, that's your warning. Put the sign down. You're obstructing the view.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point?
There is no rule stating you're blocking view with the sign. We have no rule in the chart. Hold on. I'm
Miss
on my
Burns.
point of order.
Go, proceed.
Thank you. There is no council rule or charter rule, and according to the Open Meetings Act, you can hold a sign. It does not say where you
Ms.
hold
Burns,
the
could you
sign.
please show me in the Open Meetings Act where it says you can
That's
hold the
the
sign?
right to protest.
Okay.
It's the right to, a sign is a right to protest.
Ms. Burns, nice try. So
No,
what we
you
won't have
need to
happening is,
understand
anyway,
Madam Chair.
go ahead.
I was looking at rules regarding signs, and I've only found it one in Detroit's council rules where it said that they can hold signs, but they can't obstruct view. That is, it is not in our rules, so until it is in our rules,
Well, that's fine, but again, the chair ordered the sign to be put down or be off to the side where you're not
Point of
obstructing the
order.
view of others.
Point of order.
What is your point?
The chair can only enforce if there is a rule. The chair cannot make up a rule. The chair has to go by the rules that we already have in place. You cannot enact a rule that has not went through the process of public hearing and anything else. You're making up a rule, Madam Chair.
I'm not
You
making up a
can't
rule.
enforce a rule
Again. These chambers are a place for all colleagues, okay? And for as well as all residents. Very
Request
well.
for information.
He moved the sign.
Request for information.
What is your request?
What time are we on now?
Pardon?
Where are we? What time are we on?
What time are we on?
Yeah, the clock isn't moving. You're having, you're making a dissertation. Where are we?
Well, I was in the process of being about to speak, and then Councilman Burns said a point of order. Yeah, but I gave the gentleman who was holding up the sign and obstructing the view, I gave him a warning. And then Ms. Burns, I believe, yeah, I'm about to be back to my time right now. All right, appreciate it. It is very unfortunate to hear individuals in this chambers clap for youth jobs not getting passed. It is very unfortunate to hear. Absolutely. Now, when we hear parents come here saying that their child, family is a victim, Mr. Wilson, that's your warning. Stop yelling out. And ma'am, have a seat. Okay, very good. Okay, Mr. Wilson, that's your second warning. Please go. No, I don't need you to leave me with anything. Excuse me, Mr. Wilson, that's your second warning. That's your second warning. According to the Shirley Park City Code subsection, you only get 2 warnings. Please leave peacefully. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me. All righty. And see, this is what happens when we try to do good government. We have a gentleman clapping. We calling the chair names. Then we have people
Request for
obstructing with
information.
signs. What is your point?
How is this germane to the topic?
It's very germane, and I will tell you how it's germane. Because in these chambers, it looks like we're not standing on business, we're standing on chaos. That's why it's germane. It's germane because we have...
Point of information, request for information.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, are you aware that you're the one that's causing the chaos?
Well, we can say what we may, but I will continue to work for the people and stand on what's right. And what I won't do, I won't vote against youth jobs. See, when we were passing money for St. Mark, the pastor wasn't here clapping against that. When we were here, when we passed money for the 5th Ward and the 6th Ward, they're not voting against that. But People are using their elected positions for political retribution, and they are forgetting about the people that they're serving. So if my colleagues feel okay, and if these people in here feel okay with voting against youth jobs because of whatever personal malicious vendetta that they may have, what is your point of order?
First of all, Madam Chair, we haven't voted against it yet.
What rule has been broken?
Well, you're speaking to the motives of us voting. We have not voted.
Ms. Burns, Ms. Burns, no one's speaking to your motive.
43.21.
Ms. Burns, as I proceed, we're going to let their vote show if they stand with youth jobs. So I don't have to speak to anyone's motives. We're going to speak to what's going on. But when we have young people dying in the street, families that need extra money brought into the house, when we're talking about youth and their skills, when we don't come here talking about it, when we won't use our power to do something about it. So since I'm the last to speak, we will go ahead and call for the vote. And this is to pass resolution 240227. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat is not in.
Could you speak up a little bit, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain for reasons stated before.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because all colleagues should be in their seat because they said this was important to them.
The vote is 3 yes, 1 no, 2 abstentions.
The vote is 3 yes, 1 no, and 2 abstentions, so that resolution fails. So now we're on to reconsider resolution 240144. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to reconsider 240144.
All right, any support?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, that was not the order that was voted on.
No?
No.
No, it was 191.
Oh, excuse me. My fault. I went straight to
I
reconsideration.
had to flip my page.
All right, so, excuse me. So, not to reconsider. We're going to go ahead and I will retract that. We are at resolution 240191. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve 240191.
Motion on the floor to approve for resolution 240191. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, which one are we on?
We're on resolution 240191.
Thank you.
Welcome. Any discussion in the second round? All right, go ahead.
I will not be voting to approve this ordinance. And this is another attempt, in my opinion, to further disengage the residents. Another attempt to weaponize the police against the residents. Therefore, I will not be voting on this ordinance. I will not vote on this ordinance. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I will not be supporting this. I agree.
Hold on, please stop. So this is the second round.
What?
This is the second round. Proceed.
I will not be supporting this. Number one, it is furthering I feel, to weaponize the police, to attack residents as they have been constantly and consistently attacked. Much of the language in section 7 is subjective. Knowingly harassing the other person, harass defined as repeated nonverbal conduct. So if you clap your hands, you move your hands, it's subjective. And we know that if you're in Flint City Council chambers, you don't get a fair deal here. I will not be supporting this.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Hold on one second. All right, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
The political discourse in this country is awful. We've seen an assassination attempt on a presidential candidate. We've seen a person attending a rally die. Is this really what we want? My life has been threatened.
So has mine.
Many of our lives have been threatened.
Excuse me,
Excuse
that's
me.
your first warning.
You don't even know me.
Ma'am, excuse me, that's your first warning. No, that's your second warning. I just gave you first. So, yeah, so you're removed from the meeting.
This is ludicrous.
No, this is order, Ms. Burns. So proceed. It's fine. Go on and get some signatures for him. Go ahead, use your time wisely. So as you leave in silence, Miss Beverly Levy. Oh, yes, you do. Police, according to the disorderly person city code section, according to the city code subsection, it states any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. She was given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. She's in violation and she needs to be removed from this meeting. Thank you so much, Mr. Officer. Now, Ms. Priestley, I do apologize. Can you please give her 5 more seconds on her time? Could you give her 5 more seconds on her time? Thank you.
Thank you. So, this chamber, if we don't agree with everybody, oh, give me a break. If we don't agree with certain people in this group, we're awful people. But you don't know the people who agree with us. You just are the loudest people because you're in this chamber and because you're encouraged to come and protest. I spoke to a resident. I was in a resident's home this weekend, and she says, I would like to go down and talk, but I don't want to because of the atmosphere. She goes, I watch it on TV. I watch it on YouTube. That's what happens across the city, across my ward. I can't tell you how many people I've spoken to who say the same thing. The rhetoric in this has to be toned down. And the fact of the matter is that I see it being encouraged by certain members of our council. So, we need to be civil towards one another. You need to be civil towards us. We're your elected officials. You don't like us? Vote us out at your next election, just like we do with any other elected official. You vote against them. But let us vote the way that we think is the best way to vote for our residents. Having this youth job training, I've got kids in my ward who want something to do. And it is a fact that at every listening session, people said, we need to train our youth for jobs. And yet we have people on this council who aren't in favor of it, but that's what every ward discussion, when we were discussing ARPA, we only did 4, but every one of them had requests for youth job training, and they're voting against it. People who have been successful in what they do, and they're voting against it. Thank you.
All right. So, what did she say? Okay, so anyone else would like to speak in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
So, there's a temperature. I agree with the council person in the 4th Ward to the extent that, yes, there is a temperature in these halls. The thing about it is, the 9 of us are the thermostats. And we run heat all year round. And we run it on high. And we need to make sure that we control the temperature of this room, not by ordinances and resolutions that limit them, not even by ordinance and resolutions that limit us. We have to be gauged with something internal. And if there's nothing internal up here, it don't matter what you put on paper. We've operated as a council for how many years, and not had to have something this, I ain't even gonna say this restrictive. This is not, I don't know who wrote it and what they were really thinking at the time. But if you got to put something like this on paper, we need to be looking at our leadership first and saying, what direction are we being led in, where we have to try to resort to something artificial holding citizens accountable for call and response, because this is almost like church at times. We up here preaching and we want to hear a response. And if we like the response, then we'll preach on. If we don't like the response, we want to hold everything and get somebody in order. Well, it's time that we get in order. It's time we get in order. And if like I say, if until we get in order, whatever can come before us, and even if it get passed, it's not going to mean a whole lot. It's just not.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair, are we talking about 240191?
Pardon?
Are we talking about, okay, we are. So, may I have the floor? I'm sorry. May I have the floor?
Yes. So please give her back. Restart. Thank you. Go ahead.
So, everything that everyone's saying up here, it sounds good if we're gonna play pretend like we don't understand what happens week after week. Like these aren't the same audience members week after week. Like they don't already know the rules. Like our colleagues don't already know the rules. Like behavior is not being rewarded. Like they're not living for applause and dying from silence. Like be serious. What our colleague in the 4th Ward said is correct. We are living in politically dangerous times. What you have before you is before you because we have colleagues. You are correct. We are the ones who set the tone. We have a colleague who has set the tone for violence and coming to people's homes, bringing strangers to people's homes. That is the tone that has been set by a council member. We have people who are...
Please pause their time. What is your request?
Is that the same colleague that called me a bitch?
Ms. Burns, you cannot use your request for information in that order, so this is your pre-warning. Don't
we
do
have
that.
colleagues
Go ahead.
who are threatening to slash tires. We have colleagues who want to call out racism when it's a benefit to them, but when it is of no benefit to them, they turn the other cheek. So if we're going to talk about behavior and be honest about behavior, we're going to talk about colleagues and how they should be behaving, let's do that. Let's be serious. If we want to talk about our own behavior, let's talk about someone coming in brand new telling everyone, I don't care anything about being your friend or your enemy, but then turn around giving a speech saying we need to check ourselves. Yes, you do need to check yourself, Mr. Jarrett. That is correct. because you do not get to come in here with that kind of attitude and then think, oh, nobody.
Excuse me, ma'am, that's your warning. Ma'am, that's your second warning. Please leave the meeting. Leave the meeting. Leave. There's an appeal for the ruling of the chair. And Mr. Jarrett thinks it's funny. This is not funny. Go ahead. You appeal the ruling of the chair. As we giggle. As we giggle. All right, go ahead. Is there a second? All right, there's a second. So she's being brought to order for disturbing and disrupting a meeting. Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you don't like signs, and she did not say anything to you. You cannot rule on something that we don't have a rule on, and you have been making up rules this evening that don't exist. And even in your pleas or whatever, you guys are attacking us, and we do control the temperature. We do. But you attack your colleagues too. And I think that the hate that we're getting up here is because it is the hate that we've been given to them, and people are angry. The signs are a protest of, we want change. And instead of looking within and saying, hey, what can I do to fix it, and even work with my colleagues, we're being over here talking about slashing tires and other stuff. People are going to respond to that. When you gaslight,
Request for information.
That is what happens.
So
stop gaslight. She has a right to walk up and protest with the sign. She wasn't being disruptive and talking. She was just protesting or walking. There's no rule that says you can't walk back and forth with the sign. There is no rule that says that.
All right, thank you. So as the chair of this body, I will read again what the Disorderly Person City Code subsection says. It just doesn't say you have to be verbal. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting, a disruption can be verbal or nonverbal. You will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault, battering, disorderly person, and will be subject for arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person that prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they shall persist in being disorderly and disrupting this meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. It didn't say you have to get up here and yell. It said you being disruptive. And the fact that we have people on this body that agree with this disruption is sad. And I hope the 5th, 9th, and 6th Ward take notes on this. If you want to overturn the ruling of the chair, vote. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and vote no so we can proceed with this meeting. Roll call, Madam Chair, to overturn the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Jarrett.
I abstain. I don't even know which one of these offenses we talking about.
We're.
Go ahead. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley.
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
No.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. That is her warning. She's removed from this meeting. Thank you. All righty, so we are on.
I was talking, I still had time.
We're on your time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, is that accurate?
No.
Okay. So that's her time? Okay, yeah, because we only have 3 minutes.
Well, I'm
Go
waiting
ahead.
because we still have someone being
Now,
disorderly.
officers, could you please remove her from this meeting? This is, and our colleagues are laughing. This is disorderly conduct.
No, her being out of control. I mean, her tone, she needs to get that together. She's out of control. Now, they attack us, but then they get mad when somebody say something. So she gets
Proceed.
As I was saying, answering my colleague's question of why we have to have this piece of paper, and also responding to the fact that you're saying we're the temperature in the room. Cannot say we are the temperature in the room. We're always running hot when you are the one who's helping turn up the heat by condoning behavior by adults who come here week after week after week and who know the rules. The bottom line is they choose to be disorderly. They choose to cause a commotion. As a matter of fact, when actual business is getting done, they go home. So if it were really about the business, they would come up here and rather than speak to personal stuff, they would speak to agenda items. If it were about the business, then when business is being handled, we wouldn't see cameras and people packing up and leaving. If it were really about the business, then when an audience member was disorderly, because they are adults who are here every week and they know the rules just like we know the rules, then we would vote correctly. But I think when we need to pander to applause rather than do our actual jobs, we're gonna keep saying their behavior is okay. When we need social media views because that fuels our need and desire for attention because we still need therapy, then yes, we're going to keep acting like their behavior is okay. When we need to be able to say, yeah, me too, and act offended because we don't have an original thought, then yes, we're gonna keep saying their behavior is okay. The reality is we need this because we have people up here who vote for disorderly and harmful behavior. Thank you.
Anyone else in the last round? All right, seeing no one, I'll go ahead and take my time. Political violence is real. Councilwoman Burns already said she has an investigation with the state police because someone threatened her life. So if that was true, she'll be voting to support this, if that was true. So I don't understand. See, because when we speak, you know, people try to turn off. But again, no, I don't need to quit. Because what we need to do, we need to.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
My colleagues to the left of me are constantly speaking and in my ear, and it's hard for me to follow what is being said. Please.
Ms. Winfrey Carter and Ms. Burns, bringing you all to order. Next time, it will be a warning. Thank you, Ms. Priestley. This isn't funny. And so as the people in here clap for this kind of behavior, the real voters and the majority of the city, they're not in favor of this. If Ms. Burns' life was in harm's way, was to be threatened for real, as she say, someone put a tracker, she accused me of putting a tracking device on her car. If this was true, an Apple tracker device she did, we can play the tape back. She said that she feel threatened. And so therefore the state police.
Request for information.
What? Go ahead.
Did you know I did not state you did that is not true. I did not state. You wouldn't have had access to my vehicle. I did not state you did, and I did have.
That's enough. Yeah, okay. So we're moving on. And that's the point. We forget what we say on this microphone. We need to make sure that you said that you feel like your life is threatened. So therefore, you reached out to the state police to help you, just like I did when that gentleman told me don't come to work. That's the reason why I get a police escort. I have a vehicle. I don't need to get a police escort unless my life is being threatened. So unless what you're saying is untrue, I don't understand why you're not supporting this. And the second that this kind of mayhem comes over to the 5th Ward and to the 9th Ward, you will be asking for your colleagues' support. It's nice to give flowery speeches to say we are the thermostat, but we also are the elected individuals. And the people that we elect, they expect for us to keep them safe as well as us safe as we do our job. And we are facing a severe derelict of duty when we refuse to get our chamber in order. When we refuse to uphold policy that'll protect appointed officials, elected officials, as well as city workers. No one's trying to lose their life or be harmed or injured just because we chose to serve the people. And it was very disheartening seeing you all laughing while disorderliness was taking place. What are we here to do? Whose agenda are we on? Because it's not the people's agenda. And I encourage the residents, please reach out to your council people. If you like what you're saying, if you like them voting in favor of disorderly conduct, because that makes residents scared to come down here and speak, because somebody told me I don't want them coming to my house. So that's why I don't come down there. And we have council members driving people to your house. So we're about to vote on resolution 240191. And that is, want to make sure I read it into the record. This is the second reading of the enactment of ordinances for an ordinance to amend Chapter 31. It is the Code of Conduct, City of Flint, by amending Section 3110. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamy?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy's not in. Excuse me, Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? No. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. So that resolution to amend the disorderly city person subsection, it fails. So now we're on resolution 240192. What's the pleasure of the body? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve 240192.
All right, there is a motion to approve resolution 240192.
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
You know, we're all, the city's been trying to check water lines, and residents have been refusing to give permission to enter their homes to do so. And by court order, we must check all service lines. So this ordinance allows them, the city, to enter the home and to check those lines.
Is that all, Ms. Priestley?
I guess.
Oh, okay. So we are on 240192.
I take my time back. I mean, I forget what I said.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
So, like I said, I think, like she said, I think it's because she's hired. 240192, what Ms. Priestley is trying to say is that this ordinance allows the city to put some mechanisms in place so that we can stop an ongoing public health crisis. We know as we are trying to change and we're trying to make sure that we are in line with what we're supposed to do as far as changing the lead pipes, that there are residents who, for whatever the reason, have refused to change their pipes. And because we can't force someone to allow us to have access to their home, what this does is address the public health crisis as it stands, meaning it makes it illegal to continue to contribute by allowing lead and galvanized steel pipes to stay in the ground. And so residents now have an option to either go ahead and get their pipes changed at no cost to them, as is what they're entitled to because they went through the water crisis, or they missed that window, and once this is enacted, they are doing something that is illegal by having lead and galvanized steel pipes still in the ground. This is simply trying to address the public health crisis. This is something that is already done in Benton Harbor. This is something that the EPA is working on, the state of Michigan. This is just simply going to make sure that we do not have those lead and galvanized steel pipes in the ground anymore. Once the EPA comes up with it, we'll be behind. So Flint has an opportunity to be ahead of something that is already coming. This is something that actually should have been enacted at the very beginning of our water crisis. And so the very least that we can do is make sure as a legislative body that we put the measures in place to protect our current water supply, because we do know that what happens in anybody else's faucet, it affects the entire water system. So we're just trying to make sure that we are doing our part to keep residents safe with this ordinance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Oh, okay.
Do you
So, hold on, so real quick, so, the clerk just informed me that the administration would like to make a couple of adjustments to this amendment. So they would like to pull it, so I would like to, this specific ordinance.
Madam,
So I will go ahead and let the attorney.
just to provide clarity on this ordinance, the state of Michigan did have some concerns about the way the ordinance was drafted and presented in your packet. The law department did prepare an amended version of that ordinance. It is my understanding that Clerk Donahue has those copies, but they're downstairs in her office. So if the matter could potentially be pended till later in the meeting, or that.
Madam Chair,
Proceed.
she didn't
Go
ask
ahead.
for the floor, so she needs to ask you for the floor before she consists, because I had asked for the floor. So
Okay, correct, so proceed.
That's my understanding. It's a matter of her going to the clerk's office, is my understanding.
Request for information. So if I'm clear, you want to pull a whole ordinance rather than go downstairs and get some paper?
No, it's not the law department's request to pull it, just so that the council can review the amended version of this ordinance, potentially just in a few minutes.
Okay. So we can do it. I know if you would like, we can, if it's okay with the body, so we can move on and handle the business. So the council, we can stand at ease. Wow, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
My question to you is, does the clerk, would the clerk like us to postpone it to later on into the agenda? Or would she like us to take a recess for 5 minutes or so while that is brought to us?
we can still do the business while she's doing it. In the meeting table tonight.
Yeah. Okay. So the chair will order a 7-minute recess without objection.
Waste of time. This could have been put to the back. That could have been to the back, so we could have just went on and moved forward.
All right, Madam Clerk, do you have everything? All right. All righty. So the time is now 8:03, and this Flint City Council meeting is now being called back to order. We are on the resolution, is it 240192? And I know that Ms. Burns, did she ask for the floor last? Ms. Burns, do you still want the floor? All right, Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's probably, because we're just now getting this literally in its two parts to it, we probably should really send this back to government ops, because we have not had time. It's not like it's one page and we can read it. And when we're talking about our water and our infrastructure and our service lines, this doesn't require, I'm gonna tell you, they do not go into your house. They didn't go into any of my properties and my home. They changed because it's from the street to the sidewalk. And they did not do the inspection to come in to check inside. Although it is required, but many of the times they don't follow that process. And without reading this, I think that this, and I'll allow my colleagues to speak, I just think this needs to, at this time, go back so that we can read it, because this is important. When we talk about service lines and finishing up the balance that we do have. And there are some people who do not want their service lines changed. They just do. And it's because they know what they already have in their home. They don't want people in their homes. So I'm going to relinquish the floor and allow my colleagues to speak since we just got this document.
Anyone else like to speak in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Right now, I'm not going to be able to vote on this, saying that we just got this new amended document. I think I agree with the council person in the 6th Ward that we need to, pardon me?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Can you warn the 7th Ward if she's speaking out loud over here?
Absolutely, as soon as you all stop talking.
Madam Chair,
So proceed.
Point of order.
Yes.
You're not dealing with the issue, Madam Chair. I'm speaking, excuse me, I'm on a point of order. When she's yelling out and you're not warning her and she has the floor, I'm asking you. That her saying shocker and all this stuff has nothing to do with what the resolution, which is what we're
Request for information.
So what is your request?
So I'm reading changes that were made. And so I can't have comments about me reading changes that were made. That's very odd. So they can sit and have conversation back and forth with each other, but if I read something and have a comment to myself, there's a problem?
Thank you, Councilwoman Machette. So
Let's
proceed.
move on. Let's move on. Yes, I said what I said. I agree with the council person in the 6th Ward. I think we need to send this back to legislative committee because we don't have time to read over the changes. Now, if that's a shocker, shame on you. It's going to be a shocker then tonight. So I will not be voting on this tonight. I will vote to send it back to legislative committee. And with that, I'm going to make a motion, an amended motion, to send this ordinance back to the legislative committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to send this resolution to, you said to legislative committee. Any support?
Support.
All right, so supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
All right, so could you read that again, Madam Clerk?
5 yes, 2 no.
All right, so the vote is 5 yes, 2 no. So resolution 240192 is now sent to Legislative Committee. All righty, so we are at the reconsideration of resolution 240144. Pleasure of the body. All righty.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I'd like to reconsider resolution 240144.
All right, motion on the floor to reconsider resolution 240144. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion? Any discussion, second round? All right, so now we will call for the vote for reconsideration of resolution 240144. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. So that resolution for reconsideration fails. All right, so now we will move on to public hearings. So our first public hearing is resolution 240232.6, a public hearing for the vacation of Dewey Street. And this is a public hearing to consider the vacation of Dewey Street between North Saginaw Street and North Street, and to hear from all interested parties. So we will, so before I proceed, Mr. City Attorney, sir, we didn't call you yet to the lectern.
What are you talking to me about? I'm finna sit down.
Good idea. Proceed. So do we have anything you would like to add before we start with this specific public hearing?
I think given the action taken on the resolution to refer the resolution itself back to the appropriate committee, I think some clarity might be needed from Clerk Donahue also on whether the public hearing is necessary at this stage of the procedure, but I believe it might be premature for the public hearing given where the original resolution was sent earlier.
I'm the public, and I come to...
All right, sir, you're out of order.
I'm talking to...
Sir, I'm talking to you. You're out of order.
I'm talking to you.
Sir, that's your warning. Clerk Donahue.
This public hearing was scheduled based on the original resolution. We would still have the public hearing because it's possible that council might not vote to amend it. But because we did publish this notice in a newspaper and published it legally, we would still have the public hearing. It's possible that the resolution might not ultimately be amended. If there's an amendment and it's a major amendment, then we would get with legal to see if we would have to reschedule and redo the public hearing all over again. But because this resolution is still before council and it was published legally, I would recommend still having the hearing on the resolution as it's before the council today.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So it is to our understanding that you said that it is, sir, it's not time to speak. It's not time. Would you please have a seat?
I don't have to sit down.
Pardon me?
I do not have to sit down. I can sit down. Where's the rule say I got to sit down?
You have not been called to the lectern. That's your warning.
I ain't at the lectern.
We're not here for games. What's going on? You should know better. You don't. Sir, have a seat. So, to our understanding, we can still proceed, although we are changing the wording. So we are amending it. So it is still okay to proceed. I want to be clear.
That's correct, because
Okay,
you
okay.
have, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All righty. So with that knowledge going forward, thank you, attorney. We will proceed with the public hearing for the vacation of Dewey Street. So anyone would like to speak during this public hearing?
Yeah, me, Liddell Lewis, I'm going to stand up, and yes, I'm going to speak. Yes, I'm talking to you in the same manner you talk to me and the other residents of the city of Flint. You's abysmal as a president. You's abysmal.
Sir, let's stick to the topic.
So what the council people need to know, in a public, how much time do I get to talk? I ain't asking you, I'm asking the clerk.
Sir, I'm chairing this meeting and I'm talking to you. You get 3 minutes.
Through you to the clerk. In a public hearing like this, ain't it unlimited or is it unlimited? They didn't change the rule. Yeah, okay. Like I stated before, Liddell Lewis done pissed me off.
Sir, Liddell Lewis is not the topic. Let's stay on topic.
Like I stated before, I've been a booster before they ever had a friend of Burston booster. You looking at the person who financed Brian B.B. Nolan for 5 years. I got the letter right there from BB affirming that. And I'd appreciate it if it would be read into the record from BB Nolan, not from me. I'm a booster of Burston. The only problem I got is they fixing to landlock my property. Now that woman come up here with a pretty picture. It couldn't be no more than what she had, couldn't be no more than a picture on the wall. I need a legal document. That's why I'm trying to talk to the city attorney. I need it put in legal terms, a right of way, so I can attach it to my deed for my property. Other than that, what that lady was talking about, I'd have rights. Or either the ex-police chief say, oh, well, you can use it. No. I gotta have it in a legal document giving me rights to do that. And they got an engineering firm that can put that document with legal terms that will support me giving them permission to block off that street.
Any other speakers for this public hearing? And we want to specify that this public hearing is exclusively for speaking about Resolution 240232.6, the vacation of Dewey Street. Proceed, Mr. Mitchell.
My name is R.L. Mitchell, lady, and my ward is 3rd Ward. And what Dewey Street was talking about, I live on Mildred Street, 3512. They got me out of my house. The time they got me out of my house, they tore it down. And I ain't gonna see this. The second the thing happened to the guy club right next to the Burson Field House just for digging up them pipes. Because I seen this happen before down with Mr. Friday, old man Friday, at the jewelry shop. When we was moving out for St. John, 2 darkies come up there with suits on, talking to him, and then when they left, Mr. Friday was laying down on the floor, had a bullet hole in his head. They had shot him, then one of them tried to say something to me, the other one said, let him go, and then here come the popo, he said, get out, the white policeman. And that's what I wanted to see this happen to Papa Jared. Cause he's trying to mess up his parking lot. Every time a doctor in business, they always trying to find a way to pop him off. That Burston Field House dude talking, let this little girl talk about with them little plans. It ain't BB the one. You see, they throw Burston Field House away. BB wouldn't have stepped up. They would have condemned Burston Field House and tore it down to the ground like they did my house. You know, and you up there trying to interrupt this black man talk about Dewey Street. It's just like, and the next street over is Jameson. That's where I found my wife in that house down there. With them shields in the piles next door, them down south people had, I went in, it's historic because I found my wife down at Mr. Shields' house, Reverend Shields. And do you know anything about marriage? Dr. Lewis, sanctified Church of God in Christ, man. And that's a business too. They tried to tear his church down, but he gave it away to one of them Jim Jones dude. Took it, and it's still down there now. It's a historic place. Once you try to tear that down, see what happened to you. And now they move over to Coppin the Road and build another church and all that stuff, and you up there trying to undermine a black man like a black man that ain't got 40 acres and 2 mules already. Who you think you is? Miss Dr. Lewis, hello? And where you attend church anyway, before I can come over there what? Say something. Nah, that's what I thought. And, good evening, America. Let somebody else have my time.
All right. Anyone else to speak on this public hearing?
A.C. Dumas, 3rd Ward. I want to say about this public hearing something that I didn't say before, because they took the pleasure of doing work that they should not have done. They would have to consider revenue loss for that business. Remember, that business has been shut down. Look at the revenue loss they have occurred. And that's something that I guess Locke, board president, and his group is going to have to look at. I see lawsuit. That's what I see. Nobody's just going to let you take their stuff. And that's what they're doing over there. You know, it used to be an ordinance, I don't know if a resident objected to the closing of a street, and I have to look it up, or a business, then there's a process that has to go through. So that needs to be looked into, and I'll look into that. But I just want to say that the Quorum Club has been there for many, many, many years. And the owner, you know, it was entertainment. Well, not only entertainment, that's one of the only places that black candidates could go and have something. They had to go there, and if they had a fundraiser, it had a commercial kitchen. They could cook food and take it, you know, sell food to run for office. You know, that's what happened in years and years to come. But this new, you know, group, I guess, doesn't matter anymore. I just hope that Mr. Jared and his wife and them are not landlocked and taken advantage of. This is big money over there. I think they spend about $40 million, whatever. That's a lot of money. And so I hope that this council would just remember all the revenue loss they have lost. That's probably enough to put folk out of business, the revenue loss. And it's been closed some time now. And I did send pictures to Mr. Murphy that I took today of the signs where it says no parking in a bike zone. I sent it to Winfrey Carter, Burns, I think Jared, that you cannot park in a bike zone. It's a misdemeanor. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak in this public hearing? All right, so seeing none, this public hearing is officially closed. So the next public hearing that we have.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Madam Chair,
Mm-hmm.
say the public hearing is closed, I think 3 times, okay? So that you can be sure that no one else is gonna want to speak on that public hearing.
Okay, is that in the rules? All right, so we're going to go ahead and proceed
Madam
with the next
Chair.
public hearing. Go ahead.
Can you please make sure that no one else want to speak for that public hearing?
Ms. Winfrey Carter, I asked, and everyone remain seated. So as I proceed to the next public hearing, 240261.6, the public hearing about ordinance to amend the Flint City Code ordinance by amending Chapter 50 for zoning. And so I'm going to confer with the city attorney. Anything that we need to know about this public hearing before we proceed?
Nothing further on this ordinance.
All right. So now, the floor is now open for the public hearing for 240261.6. And this is pertaining to the flood insurance study adopted. Go ahead. And we want to make sure that we adhere to this specific ordinance. Go ahead.
Like I said, my name is Ariel Mitchell. About the flood situation. Southwestern High School, where that woman.
Okay, so no.
Talking about.
We need you to state your name, Mr. Mitchell.
There you go again. Like, lady, I told you. Okay, the flood, the slum landlords, have permission. They starting them new laws about you coming in your house. You can't say nothing about the slum landlords because, and then if the thing stop up and you up there talking about if you say something to the landlord, that's a federal defense, and that's how you gonna get in the house to get the water out, and you up there want somebody to speak on that stopping up and talking about the people. And you numbering how many people's in Flint, it ain't enough people's be civilized and talking about you running for your life and all that stuff.
Okay,
And
Mr. Mitchell, if I warn you again, I'm going to take the remainder of your time. Please state your name.
I'm Jermaine Toto and all that stuff and Michael Jackson, all that stuff. Girl, who you think you talk? You've been listening to Miss Daisy too long.
Mr. Mitchell, thank you. Anyone else like to speak on the public hearing? All right, seeing no one else, this public hearing is officially closed. Our last public hearing is public hearing 240264.6. It is pertaining to zoning and enforcement powers. Mr. Attorney?
Nothing additional on this proposed ordinance as well.
Okay, thank you. So now the floor is now open for the public hearing 240264.6. All righty.
Hey, that's when now listen here. Hello, my name is Ariel Mitchell, and I'm speaking on 46. I mean, that's the forget the rhetoric stuff. I mean, that's the one about the fifth ward lady talking. She refused to vote because she went back and got the people to affirm that only Flint people get hired in certain schools and all that stuff and messing up our money. And like people in Flint is no good and she up there trying to jump on Miss Carter and all that stuff and brought them little teenagers in here with all that.
Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell. All right. Anyone else would like to speak?
James Moore, once again from the city of Flint. I don't know if this is right or not, but I'm going to do it anyhow. To the American mothers, I just want to say that we're in support of you moving this here country forward and taking care of business. Y'all are always left with things from the top to the bottom and got to clean the mess up. We just can't go as a nation, keep going, business as usual. So if they fight like you mamas up here fight, Donald Trump, you in for a fight.
All right. Public hearing 240264.6 is officially closed. All right, so now we're moving on to public comments. Madam Clerk?
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm R.L. Mitchell. A few moments ago, I was on my way to the cave of Medulla. If you don't know what the cave of Medulla is, it's a restroom. And I was stopped by the media of America to ask my comments on, it's been a bulletin, just people don't know. I was asked, the president just got pushed down the steps, and who you think should run what you think should happen? I said, the vice president, of course, a woman of color, should step in and do what she's supposed to do. And just like, and you can build your gallows, but she ain't gonna get hung because she's a black woman. You ever seen a black woman get hung? They only see black men get hung. That would be, they had fixed the gallows for Trump that civil-headed his vice president. They almost hung him too, but let him try. I dare you to, we the people dare you to try to hang up a woman up, just like you, Dr. Lewis. How you think you look hanging on the gallows of a black woman? And you think the Farrakhan stands for that, even though he don't agree with sanctified Church of God in Christ peoples and all that stuff? All that stuff. And I said, man, that ain't, and another thing, that person that was a TV program, I made $950, but it wasn't no $1,000 for 30 minutes. It ain't made nothing since. And I want to make sure I get some money for that stuff, for doing that little interview. Because somebody said, the money ain't important now. It's just what Philadelphia and that Liberty Bell. Give me liberty or give me death. A black man said that. The British talking about the British is coming through, and the British is already here, and nobody doing nothing about it. But you, Dr. Lewis, with your lawmaking and that with Shaq stuff, and look at them, empty seats, in First Ward, walked out, and my councilman walked out, but the Third Ward nephew, thank God he's still here, and you jumped on him for laughing. Who you think you is, Eveline? Answer, Eveline, hello? Drinking that soda pop red. After the slave, that's the first thing they let a black person have when they got freedom. Then someone over the free and drink some red pop. Who you? And the help in Georgia, cooking them sweet potato pies and stuff, and eat your whatever. Eat your, you said what? Yo, you can't say that because Miss Daisy will take you outside and spank your ass. Take that. When you talk about a white woman, you holler at a white woman, she ain't want to check you. You got yourself. Thank you is. Hello, America. Stay tuned.
All right. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Next speaker. Okay, I'm just going to call them whether they're here or not. It'd be Art Woodson, he's not in. Karma Lewis, she's not in. Melissa Zaremski, not in. Doug Matthews, not in. Bethany Hazard, not in. James Moore.
James Moore, once again, back here in the city of Flint, the safe haven of the presence of the city council. Earlier it was stated that we should probably check the thermostat and turn it down or shoot it. It's 9 of y'all. Y'all got to learn how to get along a little bit better. You know, we used to have school rivalries, but at some point in time, we got to throw the napkin in. Sometimes we take these rules way too far. And we can be a little rough out here, cussing y'all out and everything too. We ain't no better, but we need to put some sugar on it or something and sweeten it up around here, 'cause boy, it's like hell up in this here place. And we hiding behind rules, and we just need to learn how to go back to being neighbors and trying to work it out, trying to move the city forward as best as we can. And it's hard to do inflicting these here rules, 'cause they kind of painful.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is AC Dumas.
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I'm here concerned appointments. You know, that some of these appointments, the boundaries going to change. And someone that may be in the 2nd ward may be in the 3rd ward after 2026. And so I'm very concerned about boundary changes. I know that one person that sits on, I think, the Human Relations Commission, he lives in the 1st ward, but he was appointed for a representative in the 3rd ward. And that's what he's serving as, a representative of the 3rd ward. And he does not live in the 3rd ward. So a lot of these appointments need to be re-vetted. There's no sense appointing someone for a 5-year term, and let's say hypothetically they live in the 8th ward, and they'll be in a different ward after 2026. So, you know, I think you should look at that. I think the clerk should look at it, because it's a serious issue about appointments. Also, I think that whatever person's getting appointed, that they actually live in the city of Flint, if it's a city of Flint appointment. I think that's very, very necessary. And also, I want to say, Councilperson Jerry Winfrey Carter, you were absolutely right. After public hearing or during a public hearing, you ask, is there anyone else would like to address this public hearing? Is there anyone else like to address this public hearing? Is it anyone else like to address this public hearing? If not, this public hearing is closed. I don't know where y'all come from. You know, that's the way it's been for 100 years. You know, to make sure, like the debacle we didn't have before, somebody wanted to speak and they didn't hear it. So what you do, you say, as I said, you say it 3 times, does anyone wish to address this public hearing? And then when you say the public hearing is closed, you hit the gavel. You know, it's sad when people don't want knowledge. Don't despise knowledge. If somebody can tell you something, embrace knowledge, because you don't know everything. Don't nobody know everything. Thank you.
All right. So next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Wilbur Jarrett.
My name is Wilbur Papa Jarrett. I'm Effie's baby boy. Through the president of the city council to the city attorney or to the clerk, I got an inquiry about the law providing for shutting down a street. Is it true as long as one resident on that street here in the city of Flint lodged objection to the street being closed? If so, I would like the documentation to come to the city attorney's office or to the clerk's office and receive that application, because I'm gonna just stop all this back and forth between Friends and Bursting, and I don't have to come up here and get corrected by the Dale Lewis, because I don't never want to come up here. They're absolutely right. I don't want to come to this council meeting, but this is his business, and I'm standing on business. So I would appreciate it if I could get that question answered in the council response. Thank you very much. Oh, and Mr. President, you can answer that question if you got the knowledge. And if you can refer through you, I'm referring through you to the clerk or through the city attorney. Since you're the president, I'm requesting that of you. Thank you very much.
Very well said.
All right. All right, so next public speaker.
The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy's not in. Next speaker is Jan Marie Arbor. She's not in. Next speaker is Claire McClinton. She's not in. Next speaker is Kawana Mack. Not in. Next speaker is Lottie Durrett.
I'm Lottie Durrett of the First Ward. I'm just here to correct some things from last week. That was me that yelled out. It wasn't Miss Big's daughter. So if you're watching Miss Big and your daughter, I apologize, because that was me. I kept saying it was me, but I guess whatever. I understand people get mad when somebody on a mission to come for your job. But if you do your job when nobody come for your job, it wouldn't be a place or a reason to come there. And two, Mr. Alameen, when he voted for me to have that warning, that wasn't right. What he needed to be is worried about the safety hazards of the Flint public housing, because we keep talking about safety for these kids. He dropped the ball on that too, on that screen. So we ain't gonna go there. And Miss Judy, my pastor in your ward, been trying to get at you for like the last 3 years. We got acres of land in our church that we've been trying to put together for youth over there, and we just can't get no response from her. She bought a couple tickets to some events and didn't show up. So I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. It is what it is. And as far as me yelling and saying nobody should be called out, yes, I did that because I just want to see. Some people can't control themselves. Whatever in you gonna come out of you. So I knew it wasn't gonna be fair on that end, because when you bring people in, y'all come in like an army, you bring in your group and already poison the mind of the people that's here, then all chaos broke out. And I agree with Mr. Jarrett over here. The hate you create is what you get back. Just like Trump, he created that. He spewed that. He put them people up there January 6th and let them rush in. Whatever you put on this earth gonna come back to you. If you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So whatever, all that's going on, all this craziness in here, chaos. You are the head. This is your meeting, Madam President. You are the leader. You set the presence. You set the presence. You don't do what I do. I'm just here as a person. It's your job. You the leader. I'm just a resident. You set the presence. Your job is here to be an example. Your job is to work for the people, not mine. And as far as them people coming on your door checking them pipes, I understand people not answering the door. You just don't show up at my door talking about you coming in checking my pipes. You call me and do everything in decency and order. Just like you don't want nobody knocking at your door unannounced, we don't want nobody knocking at our door unannounced. Send something out in the mail when you send out the water bill and let us know to pick a date to have them doors open. Don't show up at my house talking about you checking my pipes. Who is you to show up at my house when disturbing my peace in my home? Set an appointment. Do everything in decency and order. Since Flint, this is a business, everybody handle their business. And quit saying the reason why kids getting killed because they don't have a job. Because I asked some of them parents to come up here and let you know that's not the reason why their kids are deceased.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker is Dominique S.
Okay, she's not here.
And that's the last speaker.
All right, so seeing that that's the last speaker, public comment is now closed. And now we will move on to council response. Any member of council would like to respond? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
If you're talking about Agape Church, I've provided dumpsters for cleanup. I have not received any contact from them in over a year. I have bought tea tickets with the understanding that I wasn't able to attend. But I donated to your church. If there's something that your church needs, you have them call me, text me, they have my number. I answer all of my texts, all of my calls. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, you're being brought to order. You will stop yelling out. One more, you will get a warning. Mr. Mitchell? Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
So now that we have, the temperature has been turned down somewhat, but we have to really look at who's left here to do the work. Now, y'all gave some flowery speeches, but we here left to do the work because this is important. When you leave a meeting, this is important stuff. I don't know how this gets better, I really don't, but I want to say this. When it comes to my safety, I didn't opt to take the police escort. I did not. My report was made to the Michigan State Police. I've had several threats to hang me and put a bounty on me and whatever else. But I don't truly believe that you are scared of that man Jedediah when you jumped out on him, not once but twice. And you checked him. You had your fuchsia jogging suit on and you ran up on him and everybody was there. Everybody was there, and they saw it. You weren't afraid at all. There was no fear. You talked, you stood, you drove up on the wrong side of the street. As you were saying they were blocking, you were blocking also. It's on the video. You were on the wrong side of the street because whoever is the people who are doing your recall. But you tell half-truths. You tell half-truths. I never said that you put the tracking device. It was put on in the garage here. Is what they said, because I had to go to the Michigan State Police. It happened. So don't say you scared of these people when you jumped out of the car with all of them and checked them, pulled up first, and he talked to you, you talked to him. Then maybe 5 houses down, you jumped out the car, talked to him, and you weren't afraid. You shouldn't be using the police because you're not afraid. You're abusing that. You're abusing it. So let the truth be told. You are not afraid.
All right, anyone else like to speak? Anyone else?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would like to thank all of the residents for coming to the podium and voicing your concerns, your issues, your opinions and or comments. Thank you for being engaged in the process, and thank you for staying here, because yeah, it gets kind of chaotic in here. You know, and I don't know, we talk about the temperature of the room, and if it's the residents or the council. And I seem to think, in my opinion, that we have council members here antagonizing the residents. We have council members that like to single residents out and call residents out by their names. And this shouldn't be happening. It should not be happening. A resident should feel safe to come into this chamber and speak without being retaliated against. And that's what's happening here in this council chamber. And it's ridiculous. And another thing, President Lewis, yeah, if you're so afraid to come to council meetings.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak during council comment? Anyone else? No, Ms. Burns, it's not rude. It's called we get 2 minutes.
Point of order.
Yeah.
That wasn't me, so you can apologize. I didn't say anything. So there you go again. You got it wrong, Madam Chair. You should apologize. I haven't said anything, and my mic stay on.
Madam Chair, I said it was rude, and it is rude.
Okay, well,
So
thank
you
you
need to
so
apologize for
much.
all that extra
And so, yes, it's not rude, Ms. Winfrey Carter. As our senior colleague, you should know that when our 2 minutes is up, we cease speaking. Anyone else would like to speak during council comments? Seeing none, I will go ahead and utilize my time. We can't say that we want these chambers to be safe and utilized for all residents when we promote violence, when we promote disorderliness. It's unfortunate that this is what we stand on. And no, our colleagues did leave. And I honestly don't blame them. Because as we try to get the business of the city done, as we attempt to pass resolutions that are good for the city, we're met with resistance. So why waste time if our colleagues are not on one of the same mind? When we had chaos going on in the audience, we had council members sitting back smiling and laughing. Not funny. So, as we continue to do great things, we're looking forward to having the senior project take place this Friday. This Friday, Home Depot have partnered with us so we can beautify 7 senior citizens residents in the 2nd Ward. So we are so excited to do that, working with the Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association, General Motors, and Home Depot. This is the kind of change that we would like to see, and I would like to encourage the rest of my colleagues to do, because this is where the difference is made. Collaborations, partnerships, getting out into the field, doing the work, interfacing with the residents. Collaboration is key. So we're looking forward to doing so, as well as we would like to thank our contractors for being out there cutting that grass in the 2nd Ward. It's really making a difference. Cutting those houses that are sandwiched between land bank homes. They are getting on the side of the house and clearing out garbage, and the residents are very thankful. So thank my colleagues for helping me pass that, and we're looking forward to doing that as we allocate the rest of this ward money by our ARPA deadline, which is the end of the year. So we're going to go ahead and move on to, we have already handled reconsiderations, and we're on to the consent agenda. Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda. Any support? All right, I'll support that.
Ms. Burns did.
I didn't hear anything. Ms. Burns, do you support that? Okay, so supported by Ms. Burns. Any separations? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
What page is that on?
That's page 6, the bottom.
Thank you.
And that's actually it.
All right, anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would like to separate 240294.
What page is that on?
That's on page 11.
Thank you. What was the number again?
240294.
Okay.
I would like to separate 240305.
Okay, so I just want to clear that up. 294, it has already, hold on. It's already passed.
That passed. 294
did it?
passed.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. So erase that. Go on to appointments, 240305 and 240306. I just have a few questions about those appointments.
3030.
Oh, that's minutes, sorry. Five and 6, okay. Okay.
All right, so anyone else? Go ahead.
I'd like to separate 240285.
To what page?
Page 8.
Okay. All righty. All right, so seeing that there are no more separations, the consent agenda will not include Resolution 240305, 240306, 240272, 240285, and that is all. So roll call, Madam Clerk, to approve the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, can I also point out that the consent agenda does not include 240232.1, which was postponed, government ops, 240294, which you mentioned, 240144, and 240227. 240191 and 240192, which would normally be a part of the consent agenda. Can I also ask that the motion include that the minutes be placed on file with any corrections as a part of that motion?
Oh, okay, so we heard you pertaining to the minutes, that the minutes will be placed on file with any corrections?
Yes.
Yes, not a problem. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, so go ahead with the roll call.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machad is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
Linda, state the vote.
Oh, no, I don't hear. What was the vote? What was the call? I didn't hear.
I'm sorry, the vote was 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. So now we're on to our first separation, which is, we have the Resolution 240305, the appointment of Brian Larkin.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that the appointment of Brian Larkin be approved.
Support.
Okay, he has been supported by Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I
Go
do have a question. And this is the Ethics and Accountability Board. Who can speak on this? Through you, Madam Chair, to whoever can speak on this. Is this
Just
the
a second.
mayor's appointment?
Just a
or-
second, I'll check, I'll look at it.
Yes, it's a mayoral appointment.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, whose appointment, because it didn't say. Okay, I'm done.
All righty. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? Okay, so we are voting to approve Resolution 240305. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machad is not in. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That resolution has passed. So now we're on to
Madam Chair.
Resolution 240306. Go ahead.
I need a recess.
Pardon?
I need a recess.
Okay, so a 5-minute recess without objection.
Shoot, I hadn't even drank a third of my water yet. Oh, shoot, I gotta do that.
The time is now 9:10, and the Flint City Council meeting is back in session. All right, so now we are on Resolution 240306. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Oh, wait a minute, what was the number?
306, so 240306.
Okay, I see it. I make a motion to send to approve 240306.
All right, any support? Any support? All right, I'll go ahead and support that motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Okay, I have a question concerning this resolution. Is this a third ward
Yes.
appointment?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it doesn't say, I would think that when we have appointments coming to us, that we, Madam Chair, through you to Clerk Davina Donahue. Is she sitting over there? Yep. Clerk Donahue, usually you would put the ward on there for the appointments.
It is.
It's in the writing, it's in the
Page
actual
39, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I would think that you would also put it in the summary, and that would be, you would usually do that. So, now, I'm just gonna say, I have some reservations about this appointment. And in my opinion, I feel that the person for this appointment, Linda Booz, I'm just wondering if she could be unbiased on just certain things that come to the Ethics and Accountability Board. And I've been watching the meetings. I've gone to a couple of meetings. And I'm just not quite sure that she can be unbiased and that she understands what happens here at council. I've never seen her at a council meeting. I would think that our Ethics and Accountability Board members would come to council meetings just to observe before actually voting on some of the issues. Just knowing the charter and knowing what's going on as far as the legislative branch and as far as the executive branch. So I just don't support this this appointment. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Okay, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing that there's no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. So as we speak to utilizing the option of not being biased, we have to look at the broad picture, because when we had the Ethics and Accountability Board members holding up signs saying "Bye Eva," that shows a bias within this within the council body. So how can they serve in that capacity? But not once did we have anyone on this board say anything to that. And then when we also had the same Ethics and Accountability Board member threatened to beat the president's ass right here in this chamber. Not once did we say anything about her being able to remain unbiased. We must be very clear and I'll say balanced when we're speaking in those terms. So, and it's definitely your prerogative if you choose to support Linda Booth, who's Quincy Murphy's appointment or not. But her job is not to come to council meetings. That's not her job. That's Dennis' job to come to council meetings. And, however, excuse me?
Order.
What's your point?
You are not being germane.
I'm being very germane.
Excuse me, I have a point of order. You're not being germane stating that Dennis Pfeiffer, that is not germane.
Very germane. It's
No,
very
it's not.
germane.
You're talking
I'm bringing you
about
to
the
order.
ethics
I'm
board.
bringing you to order.
You're talking about the ethics board.
Ms. Byrne, that's your warning.
I appeal that warning.
That's fine. So the appeal, the rule of the chair, forgive Ms. Burns a warning. Go ahead.
Did you ask for a second?
Yeah, you gave it. So go ahead.
Yeah. You supported it? Yeah, okay. You know what, Chairperson Lewis? It's something wrong with you. It really is seriously something wrong with you. I think you just love to hear the gavel beat that board there. You love it. You just want to be in authority. There is no authoritative figures up here. We're all council members. We were all elected to these seats. A couple of us was not. A couple of us been appointed. And she went through the correct channels. She said point of order. She was not arguing with you for you to give her a warning. You just continue to abuse that seat.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Praise.
As the chair proceeds to speak, the point of order is denied. And so when the chair proceeds to speak, you can't overtalk the chair. That's not how this works. And especially when you utilize the floor, privileged motions to take the floor. The point of order, it was out of line because I was speaking to attendance. Our colleague was referring to Linda Booth's attendance to council meeting. Linda Booth is not on this council. Dennis Pfeiffer is on this council. So when we speak to people's attendance, let's be clear. It's his job to show up to this meeting, not Linda Booth's. It's Linda Booth's job to show up to Ethics and Accountability Board's meeting. So when she don't go to that, then we have a problem with her. Until then, we need to keep the main thing. So you interrupting the chair using a privileged motion is out of order. And that's why you caught your warning. So if you want to overturn the ruling of the chair, please vote yes. If not, vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett.
Okay, that's not an option. Is it abstain? No, yes. Okay. All right, so this meeting is adjourned for lack of quorum at 9:18. Everyone have a great evening.
Power hungry. Absolutely insane. That gavel, you're gonna break the gavel.